Chapter 77. In the morning, the prophet was brimming with stories about Sirius's newfound freedom. The ex-convict relished reading them aloud over breakfast, gleefully emphasizing the parts that cast doubt on Dumbledore's involvement with the Potter's wills. "I want to marry Amelia Bones," Sirius declared, and Charlie playfully kicked his shin. "Oi!" Sirius protested, laughter spilling from his lips as he danced out of kicking range. "Come on, can you blame me? The way she brought those facts to light right in front of the old goat and made it all part of my own case, it was absolutely masterful." "It was brilliant," Charlie agreed, reaching out to grab Sirius by the wrist and pull him down into his lap. "But you're not marrying her." "Make me a better offer," Sirius challenged, a grin spreading across his face. Charlie winked. "Maybe I will." "I'm going to leave before I vomit," Snape announced, rising to his feet. Remus chuckled. "Don't forget to come back for lunch," he teased, waving goodbye to his partner. "So, what do you want to do with your first day as a free man?" Harry asked, beaming at his godfather. "Well, now that it's all over the paper, I suppose we should see how the public reacts," Sirius suggested, still grinning. "Anyone up for a trip to Diagon Alley?" "You mean we have to be seen in public with you?" Charlie mock complained. Sirius laughed, planting a firm kiss on Charlie. "Get used to it, Weasley. I can go anywhere I want now. I've got 15 years of catching up to do." "I'll come with you as long as you stop doing that," Harry said, gesturing toward the two of them, prompting another bark of laughter from Sirius. "I suppose it has been a very long time since I witnessed the public spectacle of Sirius Black," Remus mused, shaking his head. "But I can't be out too long. I promised Severus I'd go over some adjustments." "Wolfsbane this afternoon," Remus said. "You're going to leave me with the lovebirds?" Harry exclaimed, his dismay evident. Charlie chuckled and reached out to ruffle Harry's hair. "I'll drop Bill a line and see if he wants to join us," he assured. That perked Harry up. He quickly finished his breakfast and headed upstairs to change for the day. On his desk, the letter from Draco lay open, having been reread a dozen times the evening before. The Slytherin boy was doing just fine. They were simply laying low while Narcissa sorted out some legal matters left over from Lucius's death. Draco promised Harry he'd visit soon, and Harry could hardly wait. When he returned to the entrance hall, the three adults were dressed in robes. Sirius looked magnificent, his hair silky and tied back in a low ponytail, embodying the pure-blood lord he was. His eyes sparkled in a way that made Harry's heart swell with happiness for him. "Let's go," Sirius declared brightly, practically dragging Charlie toward the door. Remus and Harry followed at a more relaxed pace, though Harry could see a hint of mischief in Remus's amber gaze. He was just as eager to shock the public as the rest of them. When Sirius apparated into Diagon Alley, a small burst of screams erupted around them. Then people remembered the headline from the prophet and stared at the four of them, wide-eyed. Sirius didn't falter under the scrutiny, and neither did Charlie. The redhead intertwined his fingers with Sirius's, offering his partner a sunny smile. "Where to first, sweetheart?" Charlie asked. "Gringotts, I think," Sirius replied. "We need to make sure the accounts are all in order." As they made their way up the alley, people gave them a wide berth, stopping to stare and whisper as soon as they caught sight of them. It felt strange for Harry to be the center of attention because of someone else's presence. Was this what his friends felt like? They all paused at the sight of the lurid purple building, boldly proclaiming itself as Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, caught Harry's attention. "Fucking brilliant," Sirius exclaimed proudly. "Oh, we're definitely going there next. But I need some money first." They hurried to the white marble building at the end of the alley, and Harry spotted a familiar head of red hair waiting outside. Bill waved at them and reached out to clap Sirius on the shoulder. "How does it feel?" Bill asked. "Incredible," Sirius replied, beaming. "I need to check my accounts." "I thought you might. I set up a meeting for you," Bill informed him, "with Farlick. He's the goblin Harry put in charge of all his accounts, including the black accounts at the time. He wants to know if you'd prefer to switch back to your old account manager." "Nah, if Harry likes him, that's good enough for me," Sirius assured, much to Harry's quiet relief. They passed by the goblins guarding the bank and entered the main entrance hall. Bill led them straight to one of the offices, flashing a Gringotts pass as he walked. Harry was only partially surprised to see Gorak in the office alongside Farlick. Both goblins bowed, and Harry returned the gesture, offering the customary greetings. "The nation's congratulations on your freedom, Lord Black," Farlick said. "I understand you wish to review the black accounts." Harry left that to them, shuffling over with Bill and Gorak. "How is progress going?" he asked. To his shock, both the Weasley and the goblin shared a toothy grin. "That's one of the reasons I asked Gorak to join us," Bill began. "I don't know where Snape got that book, but it's exactly what we needed. We know how to get the horcrux out of you." Harry stared at him, the words echoing in his mind. Really?" "We can perform the ritual as soon as you are ready, Mr. Potter," Gorak confirmed. Harry's heart soared, and then quickly fell as a thought occurred to him. I can't yet," he realized, feeling a wave of sickness wash over him. "The visions. I can't stop having them. I've already saved lives with them. I can't risk losing that." Without the horcrux, he would lose his connection to Voldemort's mind. There would be no early warning if something were to happen again, like what had almost occurred to the Bones family or Mr. Weasley last Christmas. Bill furrowed his brow. "It's dangerous to keep it, Harry. He could send you false visions to trap you. He's already tried that once. The longer he knows about the connection, the greater the chance he might figure out what it really is." "I know, but I need a little more time," Harry replied. He needed to see how bad things could get and how many more people he might save. "How long does the ritual take to prepare?" "Half an hour," Gorak responded. "We could even do it right now if you wanted." "I can't," Harry insisted sadly. "I don't like this, Harry," Bill said, frowning. "Having that thing inside you, it's not good for you." "It's been there for almost 15 years. What difference will a few more months make?" Harry retorted. "I promise, as soon as it looks like things need to change, if it gets dangerous or he becomes too aware, I'll have it removed. But I can do good things with it right now." His lips twisted bitterly. "It's not like I can kill him even if we do destroy it. We still don't know where the rest are, if he has any more. The curse-breaking team has been doing some research on that front as well," Gorak added. "We believe, with confidence, that it's impossible to create more than 9 horcruxes without the soul dissolving entirely. So, at the very least, there is an upper limit." That thought wasn't nearly as comforting as Harry had hoped it would be. "Is there a way of tracking them?" Gorak and Bill shook their heads. "We've been trying to figure out where the rest might be," Bill assured him. "But considering we're the ones we know about—" "We don't have much to go on," Harry said, biting his lip in thought. The diary had been with Lucius Malfoy, and as for the locket, either Voldemort had left it in Grimmauld Place, or he'd given it to Regulus Black. "What about his other followers?" he suggested. "That seems to be what he did with them, giving them to other people to look after." Suddenly a thought struck him, and he frowned. Is there a way to search the vaults of his Death Eaters? I know the contents are private and everything," he added quickly, "but if you're like cataloguing or whatever, surely you could take a look." Bill and Gorak exchanged concerned glances. Bill looked to Gorak for authority on the matter. Slowly, a shark-like grin spread across the goblin's face. "It is true that what wizards choose to store in their vaults is at their discretion," he began. "However, the nation has laws, including the law that no living being is to be contained within a vault." His dark eyes flashed with intensity. "I believe a horcrux could be considered a living being of a sort. It would be entirely within Gringotts' policy to remove such an object from its vault for violation of goblin law." He turned to Harry, nodding decisively. "We shall see it done. If there is a horcrux within this bank, we will find it." "Brilliant," Harry replied, his stomach clenching as he hardly dared to hope it might be that simple. When he looked back at Sirius, his godfather was bent over the desk, wielding a sharp grey quill over an ancient-looking piece of parchment. Considering that Gorak and Bill were already deep in discussion about which vaults to check, Harry sidled over to the desk, peering at it curiously. "What are you up to?" he asked. "Oh, you know," Sirius replied airily. "Just a little family tree maintenance." Harry's eyes widened as he looked closer. Sirius's name on the tree now glowed bright gold, indicating that he was the current head of the family. A few rows over, in fresh black ink, Andromeda Black Tonks. That was the name Sirius needed to write. As he inscribed it, the magic embraced her reintroduction to the family. Ink flowed and formed connections, linking her to her husband, Edward Tonks, and their child, Nymphadora Tonks. Satisfied, Sirius set the quill down and reached for a blood-red one lying nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew a bold line through the name of Bellatrix Black Lestrange, murmuring something in Latin that Harry couldn't quite catch. A surge of magic pulsed within Harry, and Bellatrix's name began to fade on the page, leaving behind only a scar of faded ink as her ties to the family dissolved. "Merlin, that felt good," Sirius declared, a smirk spreading across his face. Farlig grinned and rolled up the family tree at Sirius's request. "I will have the full accounts of the Black holdings sent to Cursebreaker Weasley to bring to you," he announced. "Could you also send him the Potter and Peveril holdings?" Harry asked. "He can look at them, right, since he's my guardian?" If Sirius could secure the deed to the pottery, it would fortify their sanctuary even further. "It will be done," Farlig assured him. "Is there anything else we can do for you, Lord Black?" "There should be a Pensieve in the Potter vaults," Sirius replied. "Would you have it brought up, please, with Harry's permission?" "Yes," Harry blurted out, eager. "Please." He felt a flush creep up his cheeks, but Farlig just smiled and nodded, jotting down a note that vanished instantly. "I know I said we'd go through the whole vault together, pup," Sirius said, squeezing Harry's shoulder, "but I don't think today's the day for it, yeah? We'll come back another time." Harry agreed. He wasn't about to let Sirius spend his first day of freedom cooped up in a Gringotts vault underground. They had plenty of time for that in the future. "Sounds good," he said as they waited for the Pensieve to arrive. Sirius was set up with a new bank card and a money purse, allowing him to authorize one for Harry as well. "Don't spend it all in one place," he teased when Harry pocketed his card, as if it were even possible to spend the entire Potter fortune in one lifetime, let alone in one place. The Pensieve brought up from the vaults was a stunning piece of carved obsidian, and Harry was taken aback when a small wooden box was placed beside it. The note on the Pensieve instructed that these be used together, the goblin messenger who had brought them explained. Sirius reached for the box, inhaling sharply as he opened it. "Oh, Monty," he breathed. Remus froze. "Monty?" "He left memories," Sirius explained quietly. "For James and Lily. For us." "Oh." The two marauders exchanged a long glance, and the room fell silent. There was nothing more to say. Then Remus cleared his throat, hastily wiping at his eyes. "Well then, we can look through those later. Thank you," he added to the messenger, who bowed and retreated at Farlig's gesture. "I think that's everything then," Sirius said, his voice a bit hoarse. "Thank you, Farlig. You've been a friend to my godson, and I hope our relationship is long and prosperous." "I am glad to guard your family's wealth, Lord Black," Farlig replied firmly. Harry bid both goblins goodbye, and the five of them left the bank, with Sirius receiving another round of curious stares. "I think that's about enough staring for one day for me," Remus decided. "Pass me the Pensieve, Padfoot. I'll take it home safely." He ruffled Harry's hair. "Be safe, cub." Then he looked at Bill and smirked. "Keep these three out of trouble, will you? I don't trust either of them to say no to Sirius today." Bill laughed, while Harry blushed. "I'll do my best," he promised. "See you, Remus." The werewolf went off in search of a quiet spot to apparate from. When Harry turned back, he wasn't surprised to find Sirius gazing at the twins' shop. "Looks like we're off to visit Fred and George," Charlie mused with a sigh. Without hesitation, Sirius grabbed his hand and set off. Harry and Bill kept pace easily, both eager to see the shop. A large crowd had gathered outside, but it parted in a mix of awe and fear at the sight of Sirius Black. "At last," a voice called from nowhere, and suddenly Harry felt hands on his shoulders. He would have jumped had it not felt so familiar. "We were starting to think you didn't love us any more," Fred said, tweaking Harry's ear. "And you," George exclaimed, turning to Charlie. "Here I thought I was going to be the disgrace to the family with my pure-blood Slytherin boyfriend, but you just had to go and one-up me with bloody Sirius Black." He looked genuinely put out, and Charlie chuckled. "Have to take the opportunities when they come, little brother," he replied, slamming a hand over George's mouth before the younger Weasley could make an inappropriate joke. Charlie made a disgusted face, putting his hand away and wiping the slobber on George's robe. "Don't lick me, you don't know where that hand has been." "I can make a few solid guesses," George shot back dryly. "This place is amazing," Sirius declared, his eyes wide with wonder as he took in everything the joke shop had to offer. It was indeed a riot of colour. Harry recognized several items from the past year at school, including a whole display of skiving snack boxes, but there were even more brand-new creations. The twins had clearly been incredibly busy in the last few months. "I can show you around if you like," Fred offered, bouncing on the balls of his feet. "Marauder discount on whatever strikes your fancy." "Except—" "Charlie, you're paying full price for him," George joked, causing Sirius to snort with laughter. "Happy to," Charlie replied, winking at them. "And you can just grab whatever you like, Harrykins," Fred added. "Your money's no good in here." "Don't argue with us," George insisted, placing a finger over Harry's lips. In response, Harry took a leaf from George's book and licked it, prompting a hearty laugh from George. "Now you definitely don't know where that's been lately," George teased. Harry, considering the possibilities, mock-gagged. "I'll try not to take offence at that, Potter," said Blaise, approaching from the direction of the till. Harry stared at him in surprise. "I thought you were in Italy." "I decided to stay and help the twins with the initial summer rush," the Slytherin explained. "Angie's here too." He gestured back at the till, where Angelina was ringing up a group of kids with an impressive stack of prank goods. "It's a bit cosy in the flat with the four of us, but it could be worse. It's good to see you, though. I was starting to feel outnumbered by lions." Harry blinked, amused. "Blay, I'm also a lion." Blay waved a dismissive hand. "Barely." His comment drew a laugh from Bill, who was nearby. Blay then eyed him over. "You must be the eldest brother. Well met, Lord Pruitt." "Well met, Heir Zabini," Bill replied, extending his hand for a shake. "Welcome to the madhouse, I suppose. Seems a bit late to warn you away from it." Blay chuckled, casting a fond look at George, who was eagerly demonstrating something to Sirius. "Quite," he agreed. "I hope we'll soon have a chance to get to know each other somewhere quieter." Just then an explosion of bright green smoke erupted from somewhere in the back of the room. Blay sighed. "Excuse me a moment." He began to squeeze through the crowd, heading in the direction of the chaos, the mess. "Looks like he fits right in," Bill joked. "Come on, let's see what they're selling Sirius on." Harry and Bill made their way over to where the twins were entertaining Sirius and Charlie with tales of the fireworks extravaganza at Hogwarts. "I'll show you the memory when we get home," Harry promised, grinning at the pair. "We just picked up a Pensieve from my family vault," he explained to the twins. "Wicked," they replied, beaming. "You'll have to show us all the stuff that happened after we left," Fred pleaded. "See if we can get some inspiration." "And those origami eggs you made," George added, his eyes shining. "Blaze told me about it. You've been holding out on us, Potter." "We'll sort dinner at Grimmauld one night," Harry assured them. "Memories and brainstorming. You can give me some ideas to keep the legacy alive now that you're gone, too." The twins nodded eagerly. Sirius had wandered off to investigate again, and Harry was more than happy to leave Charlie to chase him around. With Bill sticking close, Harry began exploring on his own. The twins really were geniuses with some of their inventions. "This section is cool," Bill said, gesturing toward a smaller area off to the side. "It's all defensive stuff, pre-charged shield spells, stunners, that sort of thing. Noise decoys, and this Peruvian instant darkness powder, it's incredible." He pointed at the small jet-black rocks. "Do I want to know what you did that the twins won't take your money? Or are you really just the favorite brother?" Bill asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Harry laughed and shared the story. There was hardly any need to keep it a secret now, after all. "Wow," Bill said, grinning. "I'll have to tell Fleur. She'll get a real kick out of that. How's she doing, anyway? I hope I get to see her this summer." Bill's smile turned a little goofy at the mention of his fiancée. "She's great. Part of the Order officially, too." "Let's figure out our next weekend off. We could have lunch together or something," Bill suggested. "When's the wedding?" Harry asked, tossing a couple of decoy detonators into his basket along with the darkness powder. "We haven't pinned down a date yet, but we're not in a rush. I need to find us a house, and Fleur wants to finish her internship and move on to the apprentice program before we get married. It's a more secure job, better hours and less chance of gallivanting around with something weird and dangerous. We're pretty keen to start a family as soon as we're married, so we want to make sure everything works out," Bill explained, his cheeks flushing slightly at the admission. Harry stared at him, wide-eyed. "That soon? Really?" Bill nodded, his excitement evident. "We both want a family. We just need to get the essentials squared away. Marriage, house, apprenticeship. After that, well, we'll figure out the rest when we get there, yeah?" He grinned, clearly looking forward to that future. Harry could picture him with a little red-haired baby in his arms, or even a little blonde baby if Fleur's Vila blood ran true. "You'll be brilliant parents," he said. He had seen Bill with all his younger siblings, and how Fleur doted on Gabrielle. Any kids of theirs would be incredibly lucky. "Thanks, Harry," Bill replied, beaming, "but you'll have a lot of competition for favourite uncle. Better start brainstorming now," he joked. They made their way toward the till, and Harry set his basket down. Angelina stared at him flatly. "No can do, Potter," she declared. "Fred told me you don't pay here." "Oh, come on, Angie," Harry whined. "I can't just take all this stuff." "Quit being such a bloody Gryffindor, Potter," Blaise drawled. "You're better than that." That made Harry roll his eyes, and eventually he had to step aside so the person behind him in the queue could pay. Blaise gently grabbed him by the elbow. Blaise led him into the back room. "How did everything go last week?" he asked, his voice low and urgent. Harry took a moment to process the question. "Oh, that. Yeah, it went smoothly. Everyone you sent my way is where they should be. Haven't you heard from Theo?" Blaise shook his head. "I think he got too caught up worrying about Susan after the attack was reported in the paper. I only know he's fine because she told me." He scoffed. "Love-struck little idiot that he is." "Pot, kettle," Harry replied with a smirk. "Don't start fights you won't win, Potter," Blaise shot back immediately. "I've seen you and Draco." Harry had to concede that point. "Speaking of which, I assume you've heard about what happened at the manor?" Harry wasn't sure how Blaise had found out, but he nodded anyway. "Mrs. Malfoy claimed Lucius' proxy seats before Sirius' trial yesterday," he explained. "I think her votes in his favour were the only reason he won, actually. If all those seats had been marked as abstaining, it might not have been enough." "She's certainly making her stance clear," Blaise agreed, looking impressed. "I've heard a few rumours down Nocturne way. There were some darker families under pressure to join up, but several of them seem to have mysteriously disappeared along with all their belongings. The current theory is they've moved in with the Malfoys." Harry's eyebrows shot up. Draco's letter hadn't mentioned anything about that. "What makes you think that?" "They're all women from Mrs. Malfoy's social circle, women with family members in his service, but who have never pledged themselves. A few men, too, and their kids, of course. I can't think of anything else that would cause such a prominent collection of dark socialites to vanish all at once. Hopefully it's not for more sinister reasons. If Narcissa was rescuing people who were stuck in the same position she once had been, more. I should get to see Draco soon. I'll give him your regards and see if I can get some answers for you." "Please do. I'll send you some names, too. Mrs. Malfoy may be able to look into them. Their kids, I know, are struggling, but they're not in a position to help themselves. If she can do anything." Blaise's expression was serious, and Harry nodded in agreement. Even if Narcissa couldn't help, perhaps he or Snape could step in. Suddenly the curtain to the back room was pulled aside, and George peeked in, smirking. "Oi, go back to your own snake, Potter," he teased. "This one's taken." He slung an arm around Blaise's waist and kissed him. "You can keep him," Harry replied lightly. "I just had some information." "About your boy?" George's brows knitted together in concern. "Heard the manor's gone dark." "He's fine," Harry assured him. "His mum came to Sirius's trial. We'll tell you all about it later. It was amazing. You should have seen Dumbledore's face. But she passed on a letter, and Draco's safe. I'm hoping to visit soon." That brought a smile to George's face. "Glad to hear it." A shout rang out from the other side of the curtain, and George nudged Blaise forward. "Come on, you two. Join the party. The party turned out to be watching Sirius pay for a truly outrageous amount of Weasley products, a childlike glee lighting up his face. Harry sighed. "Remus is going to hate us," he said to Charlie, who just laughed, looking back at his partner with affection. "Probably," Charlie agreed, "but it's worth it. Look how happy he is." Then a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. "Besides, we'll just blame Bill. He's the one who's supposed to be telling us no." They both glanced over at Bill, who was chatting away with Angelina about something, completely unfazed by the amount Sirius was buying. "Works for me," Harry said with a grin. Sirius was finished. All his purchases magically shrunk down into a bag. "We'll owl you about dinner plans," Harry promised, ducking Fred's attempt to ruffle his hair, only for Angelina to get him instead. "See that you do," George insisted, kissing Harry's cheek. "Don't be a stranger, kid." After a long round of goodbyes, they finally stepped back out into the alley. "Is that all you wanted, Padfoot?" Harry asked. Sirius turned to him, grinning in a way that sent a wave of dread to the pit of Harry's stomach. "Oh, pup," he said brightly, "I'm just getting started." It turned out that shopping with Sirius Black was more of an endurance event than Harry had anticipated. By the time they made their way back to Seren, Sirius had dragged them into what felt like every shop in the alley. It was even more of a shopping spree than the one Harry had gone on the summer before his 3rd year, when he had been there alone. Bill bailed out around 1 in the afternoon, leaving Charlie and Harry stuck with Sirius until they finally returned home a little after 5, laden down with bags. They found Remus in the living room, looking amused at the sight of them. "You knew," Harry accused, collapsing onto the sofa. "You knew how bad it would be." "Of course I knew," Remus confirmed. "I grew up with the bugger. I can only imagine he's gotten worse after 15 years without access to shops in person. Why do you think I left after Gringotts?" He reached out, patting Harry's cheek consolingly. "How many new outfits did you end up with?" 12, Harry replied, with a promise to go muggle clothes shopping sometime. "For him or for you?" "Both." Remus glanced over at Sirius, who was stroking Charlie's hair while the redhead sprawled out on the sofa, looking as exhausted as Harry. "I'd make those 2 separate trips and let them get Sirius clothes by themselves," he advised. "Unless you want to learn things about your godfather you'd rather not know." "Maybe you'll regret learning," Harry said, scrunching his nose in disgust. "Noted." "Oh, come on, you two, it wasn't that bad," Sirius insisted cheerfully. He seemed hardly winded, and Harry wondered if he was just riding the high of finally being able to go out and be around other people. "You're even worse than shopping with Tonks," Charlie groaned. "Maybe I should send the 2 of you off together next time." Sirius looked delighted at the prospect. "Why don't you go take a nap, Harry?" Remus suggested, giving his ankle a gentle squeeze. "Put away the mountain of things I'm sure Sirius bought you. We'll call you when it's dinner time." His expression softened. "Then we can get the Pensieve out after?" Harry brightened at that. It sounded like a perfect plan. Later, after dinner, Charlie excused himself, saying he was still tired from the shopping spree. Harry suspected he just didn't want to intrude on their little trip down memory lane, but that was fine with him. The 4 of them, Harry, Sirius, Remus and Snape, gathered in the upstairs living room where the Pensieve sat on the table, alongside the box containing the memory vials from Harry's grandfather. "I haven't watched any of them yet," Remus said. "I wanted to wait for you to get home." There were 5 vials in the box, 1 for James, 1 for Lily, 1 for the 2 of them together, 1 for Sirius, and another simply labelled, "Our Boys." "What do we do about these 3? Harry asked, gesturing to the vials for his parents. Sirius and Remus exchanged a long, thoughtful look. "I think we should leave them," Sirius decided. "Whatever Monty and Fee wanted to say to them, that's not for us to intrude on." Part of Harry wanted to argue. Those were his grandparents' memories, and he desperately wanted to know them. But a larger part of him hesitated, unsure if he could bear to watch his deceased grandparents leave a message for his deceased parents. Harry felt a pang of sadness as he thought about the grandparents he would never get to know. "Okay then," Sirius said, reaching for the memory labelled "Our Boys" and pouring it into the Pensieve. "Come on then, Moons," he urged, his voice thick with emotion. Together they dipped their hands into the shimmering liquid and were pulled into the memory. Harry had never witnessed anyone using a Pensieve before. It was an odd sight, seeing them with blank expressions leaning over the bowl. The scene made him uneasy, so he shifted his gaze to Snape instead. "Did you, know my other grandparents?" he asked tentatively. "My Evans grandparents?" Slowly, Snape nodded. "Mr. and Mrs. Evans, Mark and Rose, though I could never bring myself to call them by their first names, no matter how many times they asked. They were incredibly kind individuals. Every Friday, Mr. Evans would stop at the chip shop on his way home from work. He always made sure to buy enough for me to have some, and they'd insist I stay for dinner and to watch Come Dancing on the telly. Mrs. Evans used to be a ballroom dancer in her youth." Harry listened intently, noticing the nostalgia clouding Snape's dark eyes. "They knew what things were like with my family, and they always tried to help as best they could. I think it confused them when they found out about magic, wondering why my mother stayed. But I was always welcome at their house, even when I wasn't welcome at my own. Remus said once, 'Mum's dad died in your 6th year,' Harry said quietly. Snape nodded. "He was hit by a car on his way to the shops. Drunk driver," he explained, and that made Petunia's lie about how Lily and James died feel even more painful. Mrs. Evans didn't last much longer without him. She saw us graduate and was at the wedding, but she passed in her sleep just weeks before Lily found out she was pregnant with you. She was only 55. They said it was a broken heart. That's so sad." Harry reflected on how Petunia had never spoken about her parents. Harry had only ever seen one picture of his grandparents in the house. It was a photo of Petunia, looking around 18, sitting beneath a congratulations banner at a dinner table. He had always assumed it was to celebrate her graduation from school. "You never would have gone to Petunia if Mrs. Evans had been alive," Snape remarked. Harry was spared the need to respond when Remus and Sirius returned to their bodies, both of them in tears. "Are you all right?" Harry asked, his concern evident. Remus turned directly to Snape, burying his face in the man's black shirt. Snape blinked in surprise for a moment, but then cradled him close, his long fingers running through Remus's hair. Sirius sat beside Harry, his hands clenched, tears streaming down his cheeks. Harry leaned into him. "Do you need me to get Charlie?" he suggested, but Sirius shook his head and pulled Harry into a hug. "No, I'm good. Merlin, pup, I wish you could have known your grandparents. Finer people you'd never find in this world." Harry let Sirius hold him, his own heart aching with the weight of the family he would never truly know. It took several minutes for them to compose themselves, and even as they turned back to the Pensieve, Sirius held onto Harry's hand with a white-knuckled grip. "I think I'm going to leave that other vial for another day," he said, his voice hoarse. 2 in one go might be a bit much. "We can do this another time," Harry offered, but Sirius shook his head. No, you promised you'd show us those shenanigans you got up to," he said, managing a smile. Why don't you put your first year in? The stone. Harry hesitated, unsure if it was wise for two emotionally fragile people to relive the events with Quirrell, but it was too late to turn back now. After Snape instructed him on how to remove the memories, Harry set them into the Pensieve. I think I'll come with you," he said uneasily. It would be interesting to watch. With everything he had learned, the four of them dove into the Pensieve, landing right in the moment when Harry and his friends were trying to convince Professor McGonagall that Snape was after the stone. "You thought it was me?" Snape asked, looking bewildered. Harry felt his cheeks flush. "You were sort of scary back then," he admitted. "Definitely seemed more evil than Quirrell." "Never mind that. Look how tiny you were," Sirius interjected, stepping closer to the 11-year-old Harry Potter. Harry winced at the sight of his younger self. How had no one noticed his rail-thin frame, his battered glasses, and the oversized clothes that hung off him? How had everyone seen him and thought he was a perfectly happy, healthy child? But that was the least of his worries as they moved toward the third-floor corridor. The series of challenges guarding the stone hadn't seemed nearly as terrifying the first time he faced them. Watching the three little first years on the chessboard, seeing Ron get flung off, Harry could easily understand the looks of fury on both his godfathers' faces. Even Snape appeared paler than usual, his jaw clenched tight. He did manage a smirk when they reached his potion puzzle, though. Harry began to regret his decision to join them when they reached the part where Quirrell unravelled his turban. The grotesque face of Voldemort made his stomach churn, and he nearly lost his dinner when Quirrell burned to ashes beneath his hands. The memory faded to black as 11-year-old Harry fell unconscious, and they were ejected from the Pensieve. A long silence stretched between them. "I'm going to murder Albus Dumbledore," Sirius growled vehemently. "Setting that up for a bunch of bloody first years." "So, you don't want to see my second year, then?" Harry asked hopefully. Sirius narrowed his eyes at him. "Put it in, pup." Harry obediently reclaimed his first-year memory and replaced it with his second, though he hesitated. Harry wasn't looking forward to this trip. He had no desire to see teenage Tom Riddle attempt to charm him with their supposed similarities. His knee bounced anxiously while the three adults immersed themselves in the memory, and he yelped the moment they returned. Sirius immediately enveloped him in a tight hug. "You could have died," he muttered into Harry's hair. "You could have died before I ever even met you." "But I didn't," Harry pointed out, his arms pinned at his sides. "I'm still here, Pads. Things got better after that year." "You say that," Remus interjected, looking as if he wanted to offer Harry a hug himself. "But we still haven't seen the graveyard, if you're up for it." Harry swallowed hard. I suppose. "Last one, then we'll show you some good memories, I promise," Sirius said, reluctantly releasing Harry. Taking a deep breath, Harry prepared to replace the memories. He definitely wasn't going with them on this one. The wait was torturous, but it was even worse to see the looks in their eyes when they emerged from the memory, haunted, horrified, and pitying. "Oh, pup," Sirius breathed. Harry shook his head. "I'm fine," he insisted. Sirius pursed his lips, but to Harry's relief, there was no interrogation. He had done his grieving for Cedric and wasn't sure he could bear to reopen that wound. "Take it back. We'll give you one each," Sirius instructed. Harry complied, the memory somehow feeling sharper now that it was in his mind again. He forced it away, watching Remus place his wand to his temple. "I thought this would be a good one to start with," Remus said as he dropped the memory into the basin, offering Harry a smile. Go on, cub. Heart pounding against his ribs, Harry lowered his hand into the silver liquid. He immediately recognized his surroundings. It was a Gryffindor dormitory. In this room there were only 4 beds, and 2 of them were extraordinarily messy. But Harry wasn't focused on that. His gaze was fixed on the 4 boys in the center of the room, the marauders, all gathered together. They appeared to be around 12 years old. James Potter looked heartbreakingly familiar, though he was taller and less scrawny than Harry had been at that age. He was staring at little Remus Lupin, whose face was etched with sheer horror. "We've figured it out," James declared, sounding incredibly pleased with himself. "You're a werewolf, aren't you?" "What?" Remus yelped, his voice cracking. Of course not. Dumbledore wouldn't allow a monster like that in a school." "You don't have to lie to us, Remus," Sirius insisted earnestly. Harry noticed a fading bruise around the rim of Sirius's eye, and wondered if it was the result of a prank gone wrong or something more sinister. "Yeah," little Peter Pettigrew agreed, his voice trembling. Harry's stomach churned with anger, even though this version of Peter had done nothing wrong. We won't tell anyone," Peter added quickly. "It makes sense, though. You're always gone on the full moon. There's no way you need to visit your aunt that much," James continued. "You always have those weird scratches afterward, too. You got a rash when you touched the silver cauldron in potions the other week, and I saw your eyes glow when you got really angry at Snivelus." Remus's face turned bright red, and Harry wondered if even at this age anger hadn't been the emotion James had sensed. Then Remus burst into tears. I'm not going to hurt anyone," he sobbed. "Please, I'll go to Dumbledore. I'll go home. You won't have to room with me anymore. Just don't tell the Ministry. They'll lock me up." Harry watched as James and Sirius exchanged horrified looks, and in an instant they were wrapping the blonde boy in a comforting hug. "Don't be stupid. We're not going to tell anyone," Sirius exclaimed. "And we don't want you to leave." "You're our friend, Rem," James chimed in, reaching back to pull Pettigrew into their group hug. "So what if you have a bit of a furry problem?" The sound that escaped Remus was a mix of laughter and a hiccup. "It's a bit more than that, James," he replied, still tearful. "I turn into a huge, bloodthirsty beast once a month." "You're 2 whole inches shorter than me, Lupin," Sirius reminded him. "I bet you're not that huge, even as a wolf. Besides, if Dumbledore knows, then I'm sure it's all right," Pettigrew added. Remus wriggled out of the embrace, staring at his friends in disbelief, his cheeks still glistening with tears. You don't mind? You won't tell anyone?" "It'll be our secret," James promised, a wide smile on his face. "You're not getting rid of us that easily, Remus Lupin. We're best friends." "Forever," Sirius agreed with a firm nod. Harry watched as a bright, joyful smile spread across young Remus's face. Just then, the memory began to fade, and he found himself back in the living room, a smile tugging at his own lips. Remus looked at him expectantly. "You were all so tiny and adorable. When was that? 2nd year?" "End of 1st, Remus replied, retrieving his memory with a fond grin. "I thought for sure it would be my last too. But they kept my secret no matter what. We told you, best friends forever," Sirius insisted, grinning widely. "Now it's my turn. Don't worry, Harry, the rat's not in this one." He plucked a memory from his mind and dropped it into the Pensieve. "Go on, pup." Once again, Harry dove into a memory. This time he found himself in the living room at the Potter's house, decorated for Christmas. 3 of the 4 marauders were sprawled on a huge Persian rug on the floor. Harry stared up at the ceiling, trying to place the memory. They looked to be around 17, older than they had been when they teased Snape, but still very much students, probably Christmas of their 6th or maybe 7th year. "I hope Lily likes the gift I sent her," James sighed, and Sirius groaned in response. "You'll find out when we get back to school," he droned, giving James a light kick on the hip. "Can you stop thinking about her for 5 whole minutes, Prongs?" "We all know he can't," Remus said dryly. He sat up, his shaggy hair flopping into his eyes. It was definitely the 70s, even by wizarding standards. All 3 boys sported impressive feathered hair, although Sirius's was styled more fashionably than the others. Then again, Sirius was also wearing eyeliner and a red tartan kilt. "You boys look far too sedentary for my liking." Harry's breath caught in his throat as a beautiful Indian woman appeared in the doorway. Her face bore the lines of age, but her eyes sparkled with warmth. "I get suspicious when you sit still for too long," she continued. "We're bored, Mum," James whined. The woman, Euphemia Potter, let out a light laugh. Harry's heart stuttered. "Well, we can't have that," she teased. "Perhaps your visitor might liven you up a bit." All 3 boys turned to her, puzzled. "Visitor?" Sirius asked, his brow furrowed. "It's not Pete, is it? He's supposed to be in Germany." "No, it's not Peter." Euphemia stepped aside, and Harry gasped. There stood Lily Evans, her green eyes shining just like his own, with a few flakes of snow melting on the shoulders of her dark blue jumper. She waved shyly, then laughed as James stumbled headfirst into the chair leg in his eagerness to stand. "Lily Flower!" He rushed over to her, taking her hands in his. "I thought you were with your family." "I had a fight with my sister," Lily replied, her voice sending shivers down Harry's spine, still as enchanting as ever. Brummy, as she had been in her childhood, felt softer now, more like the woman he imagined in his dreams, pleading for his life to be spared. "She brought her fiancé over for Christmas, and he's just the worst. I couldn't stand being there any longer," she continued. "So I told Mum I was going out for a bit, and you did say I could visit if I had the chance. I'm sorry I didn't give you any warning." Suddenly James swept her up into his arms, spinning her around with a shout of joy. "Best surprise ever," he declared, kissing the tip of her nose. "Lily can stay for dinner, right, Mum?" "Of course, dear," Euphemia agreed. "Lily, you're always welcome here. It's no trouble to set the table for one more. The elves cook for an army just to feed Sirius." "I'm a growing boy," Sirius protested indignantly, causing Lily to giggle. "Yes, and I wish you'd stop. You're taller than Monty now," Euphemia teased. "Any more, and we'll have to make the fireplace bigger so you don't crack your head fluing home." Harry noticed how Sirius's cheeks flushed just a little, as if he still wasn't used to thinking of the Potters as home. Harry understood that feeling all too well. James slung an arm around Lily's waist, then suddenly froze. "Lils," he said slowly, "is that snow on your jumper?" "Yeah? Did you not notice it's chucking down outside?" the redhead replied, bemused. James' brown eyes widened behind his glasses. "Really? How long has it been snowing, Mum?" "Look for yourself," she replied. Harry followed his father to the window, peering out into the darkening garden where a blanket of white covered everything. James yelped excitedly. "Why didn't you tell us?" "Forgive me for thinking you were old enough to figure it out," Euphemia said dryly. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Prongsy?" Sirius asked. He raised his wand, and with a flick, his kilt transformed into a pair of tartan wool trousers that tucked neatly into his biker boots. "I'm always thinking what you're thinking, Padfoot," James replied, channeling a bit of that Weasley twin energy. Lily snorted in response. "I hope not, or I've got a lot of questions about your feelings toward Polly Ashton," she joked. James wrapped her in a warm bear hug. "You know I only have eyes for you, my love." Meanwhile, Remus and Sirius were busy summoning and transfiguring hats and scarves, casting warming charms over themselves. After about 15 seconds of watching James and Lily gazing into each other's eyes, Sirius tossed a crumpled pair of gloves at James's head. "Oi, lovebirds, are we making snowmen or what?" James and Lily exchanged identical competitive grins. "You're on," Lily declared, accepting the challenge. The memory flowed into a scene of the four of them rushing outside, first building snowmen together, James and Lily versus Sirius and Remus. When Sirius decided that Lily was too good at snowman building and body-slammed their creation, it quickly escalated into a fierce snowball fight. James and Sirius teamed up against Remus and Lily, especially after Remus agreed that Sirius had cheated in the snowman contest, prompting James to leap to his best friend's defense. The playful chaos only came to a halt when a voice called them in for dinner. Harry could hardly see through his tears as he finally caught his first glimpse of Fleamont Potter. If anything, he felt a stronger resemblance to his grandfather than to his father. Fleamont was lithe like Harry, while James had a broader build. Sirius, taller than the Potter patriarch, beamed with delight as Fleamont ruffled his hair while passing by to set the table. James was on his best behavior. There wasn't a trace of the arrogant boy who had once flipped Severus Snape upside down. Their owl exam. James was funny, still a bit full of himself, but Lily was quick to deflate his ego when needed. Sirius had matured, more like the Sirius Harry knew. Remus remained constant, watching with fond eyes and an indulgent smile, occasionally chiming in with a quip that sent everyone into fits of laughter. Throughout it all, James and Lily gazed at each other as if they were the only two people in the world. When the memory finally ended, Harry found himself in tears. He hugged Sirius tightly, smiling against his shoulder. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart so full it felt like it might burst. It hurt to know he had missed out on family dinners like that, surrounded by his grandparents, parents, Sirius and Remus. But just to witness their joy together, it was more than he had ever dreamed of. I have a memory to offer as well, if you would like," Snape said, his voice more hesitant than Harry had ever heard. Harry wiped his face and nodded eagerly. He was ready to take every scrap of memories he could get. He knew this would be a good one. Snape wasn't about to show him how awful James Potter could be, not today. Sirius reclaimed his memory, and Harry tried to steady his breathing as Snape gathered his own and set it into the swirling liquid. "It isn't very long, but she would want you to see it." Harry braced himself and dove in. They were sitting outside a cafe. It looked like a muggle place, a little run down, with peeling paint on the sign. It was a gloriously sunny day, and there was Severus Snape, dressed all in black, with his sleeves buttoned to his wrists. Opposite him sat a heavily pregnant Lily Evans. Harry gaped at her. His mother, in a maternity sundress, with her sandal-clad feet propped up on Snape's denim-clad legs. "I hate this, Sev," Lily groaned loudly. "Be grateful you can't get pregnant." "Believe me, I am, frequently," Snape replied dryly. "You haven't got long to go, Lily. 3 weeks now?" 2.5, she responded. "Not that I'm counting every day or anything. And that's assuming the little bugger comes out on time. If he's anything like his father, he'll be a week late just to make a point." Snape's expression darkened briefly at the mention of James Potter, but it vanished when Lily looked up again. "But that's the thing, Severus. In 3 weeks it won't just be this awful huge belly, swollen feet, leg cramps, and the constant need to pee. It'll be an actual baby. A baby that James and I are responsible for." "I'm sure you prefer not to hear my thoughts on Potter's parenting abilities," Snape drawled. "But you've nothing to worry about, Lily. You'll be a wonderful mother." The smile Lily gave him was blindingly bright. "I hope so. I don't know what to do. Tuni's no help. She just told me that giving birth is the most painful and terrifying thing in the world, and that I'll never feel the same down there again." Snape looked a little green at the thought. "Considering the picture you showed me of that small whale she birthed, I'm not surprised." Lily laughed, even as she glared at him. "Sev, that's mean. He's my nephew, and he's wonderful, even if he is half Vernon's." "It's the half that's Tuni's I'm more worried about," Snape groused, his eyes flashing. Lily laughed harder. "I swear to Christ, Sev, stop making me laugh or I'll wet myself." That made Snape chuckle, a slightly rusty sound, as if he wasn't used to it. Then Lily's expression softened. I know. I've complained about being pregnant the whole time, and I still haven't done the birth part. It might be the worst thing in the world, but you know I'm still happy to carry for you and Remus, right? If you want that. You just have to ask." The humour faded from Snape's face, and he lost a bit of colour. "Don't be ridiculous, Lily," he snapped. "Remus and I can't even keep ourselves together, let alone a child." He pursed his lips as Lily opened her mouth to respond. "Don't. Just don't. Not today." 2 sets of green eyes watched as he scratched at his left forearm beneath his shirt sleeve. "Just focus on the one you're carrying," Snape added, sadness creeping into his tone. "You know damn well Potter will want a second as well." "He'd wait if I asked him to," Lily replied easily. "We've got to figure out the first one. James is still struggling with the whole nappy-changing thing, and I can't make heads or tails of half the stuff in that book of child-rearing charms Molly Weasley recommended." Suddenly, her eyes welled with tears. "I wish Mum was here. She'd sort me out." "She would," Snape agreed, reaching over to place his pale hand over Lily's on the table. "But you'll manage on your own. You and Potter." Lily sighed, turning her fingers to hold his hand. "When I'm not the size of a whale, I swear I'm going to sit the pair of you down and force you to hash it all out until you can at least be civil to each other. Remus will help me." "That's not necessary, Lily." "Yes, it is," she insisted. "James called dibs on Sirius as the godfather for this one, but I've got you down for the next, so you'll have to be able to stand being in the same room as James by then. You know, baby steps." Her smile was fond as she squeezed his hand. "You have to teach all my kids how to be good at potions, and how to lie when we need to. Jim and I can't lie to save our lives, but you can certainly instill the fear of God into those little ones when they aren't listening to their mum and dad." "I'll try, Lily," he promised, "but you know it's more complicated than that. The war—" "Forget the war," Lily said firmly. "I know this is the worst time to have a child, and that anything could happen. I realize we're on opposite sides of this bloody conflict," she added with a sharp look. "But I also know that you, Severus Snape, are a good man, and you're going to love my child. I know I will love my child." She glanced down at her bump, gently stroking it with her free hand. "I already love him so much, Sev, and he's not even born yet," she whispered. "But it's terrifying knowing what's coming. I need to know my best friend will at least try to get along with my family when things get better." "Remus is your best friend," Snape attempted to argue, but Lily shot him a glare. "He will be if you keep talking like that, mister," she warned. Snape faltered under her gaze, but managed a small smile. "You're going to be a brilliant mother, Lils," he assured her quietly. "That boy is lucky to have you." She beamed at him, her other hand still caressing her bump. "I hope so," she murmured. Then, with what seemed like considerable effort, she released Snape's hand and hoisted herself to her feet. "I'm getting another slice of cake," she declared. "I've only got a few more weeks of using the excuse of eating for two, so I'm going to make the most of it." Snape watched her go, his hand instinctively moving to his left forearm, his eyes falling on the hidden mark with a look of disgust. Then the memory faded, and Harry found himself back on the sofa. "Wow," he breathed. He had learned so much from that one memory. It left him almost speechless. Snape's jaw tightened slightly. "Thank you for showing me that, Professor. Yeah." He managed a smile, even as tears streamed down his face. "You kept your promise, though." "Mostly." Snape blinked at him, looking perplexed. "You did teach me to be good at potions," Harry pointed out. "Maybe not how to lie, but how to be better at lying. And you sure put the fear of God into me several times." There was a pause, and then Snape let out that rusty laugh again, a sound that felt even more foreign now. "I suppose you're right," he admitted, a strange glint in his eyes. Harry felt utterly drained from the emotions he had experienced in the last few hours. From the looks on the faces of the three men around him, they weren't far off either. "I think I'm going to bed," he declared, leaning into Sirius for a hug. "It's been a long day." "Too right," Sirius agreed, kissing his forehead. "Sleep tight, pup. The Pensieve will be here if you want to watch more memories another time. You just have to ask." Harry knew that one day he would ask for the difficult memories, the times when James was a jerk and Lily was upset with him. But for now, he wanted to bask in the warm, fuzzy feeling of the memories he had just experienced. He stood up and hugged Remus tightly. Gathering his courage, he turned to Snape and hugged him too. "Mum was right," he whispered, locking eyes with the Slytherin, unflinching. "You're a good man, Severus Snape." He watched as Snape's dark eyes widened. I try to be, for her, and for you," Snape replied, his throat bobbing as he swallowed. "For this family." Harry stepped back, letting his hands fall from Snape's sides. After a brief nod, he turned to leave the room, heading for bed. He wished he could curl up in Draco's arms, to cry it out with someone who didn't have their own grief to bear for Lily and James Potter. But that was all right. Even if he cried, he knew that when he fell asleep, he would dream of his family, and those dreams would be wonderful. Chapter 78. The sound of the front door slamming echoed through half the house, startling Harry awake. He jumped out of bed, tossing his book aside. He knew Snape hadn't been at a Death Eater meeting, so he felt no hesitation in investigating the commotion. Not like those nights when Snape returned home and he and Remus went straight upstairs. As he rushed down the stairs, he bumped into Sirius and Charlie, and then Remus. The four of them hurried to the entrance hall to greet Snape. There, they found him cursing up a storm, pacing back and forth. He only seemed to notice them when Remus stepped in, placing his hands on Snape's shoulders. "Severus, what happened?" Remus asked gently. "I'll tell you what bloody happened," Snape growled, his voice edged with frustration. As Harry looked closer, he noticed the tight line of exhaustion etched in the corners of Snape's eyes. "Albus Dumbledore happened. The imbecile almost killed himself." Harry gaped in disbelief. "He what?" "He went out and found a ring that used to belong to the Dark Lord, and in his ultimate wisdom decided he had to put it on," Snape explained, still seething. "It's a miracle I managed to stop the curse before it killed him, but even so, his left arm will never be the same." "Did he know it was cursed?" Charlie asked, wide-eyed. Snape scoffed. "Considering it was dripping with dark magic, I should hope so." Harry noticed a faint hint of a northern accent creeping into Snape's words, and he inhaled sharply. Snape must really be upset to let that slip. Remus seemed to notice it too. He pressed his forehead against Snape's and ran soothing hands over his shoulders. "It's all right, Severus," he assured him. "You said you stopped the curse, right? Albus is okay?" "For now," Snape affirmed. "He wouldn't tell me what was so special about the ring, but I could feel the magic on it. If I had to guess, I'd say it was a horcrux." It was Harry's turn to curse. "Dumbledore's hunting them?" he asked, and Snape nodded in response. "Did you destroy it?" "I believe so," Snape confirmed. "I had to use phoenix fire to get the ring off Albus's hand without cutting it off. When Fawkes burned it, it screamed as if dark magic was dying. All that was left was the stone in the ring. Albus seemed quite insistent that the stone remain unharmed." Harry furrowed his brow. "Why? What's so special about it?" "I have no idea," Snape replied, shaking his head. "He wouldn't tell me." "Well, that's good news, isn't it?" Charlie piped up tentatively. "Another horcrux gone?" "Yes and no," Remus hummed. "It's good that it's gone, but it's a little worrying that Albus is hunting them. If he finds out we know about them, that we found and destroyed one ourselves, worse, that Harry knows about the one in his scar—" Charlie paled behind his freckles. Yes, that was not what they wanted to hear. "There is some good news out of the whole mess," Snape added, drawing their gazes once more. "I did what I could to stop the curse, but I couldn't get rid of it entirely. The dark magic is leeching off his own, slowly destroying it. Albus Dumbledore will be dead within a year." A cold smirk curled across his lips. "You'd better start defaming him, Harry, before he can die a martyr." Harry stared, hardly able to believe what he was hearing. Really? You're sure?" Snape nodded. "Bloody hell." He'd never really thought too hard about the act of killing Albus Dumbledore. He'd resigned himself to the likelihood of having to do it, but always hoped it would sort of take care of itself. Now, apparently, it was doing just that. "That changes things," Sirius murmured. Harry nodded. He had to make some plans. It was unsettling, but there was little Harry could do about it for now. Amelia had already set things in motion after her pointed questioning at Sirius's trial. Harry had some time to kill before he could make his next move. He had to admit, it was oddly freeing to know that Dumbledore was dying. The certainty that even if he failed to discredit the man, Dumbledore would soon be gone was a relief. Restructuring the ministry would be possible, even with Dumbledore's legacy still intact. Harry just needed to focus on staying alive long enough to defeat Voldemort. With that in mind, he nudged Snape into training with him the next morning. He could sense that Snape needed a bit of stress relief after spending half the evening thanklessly saving Dumbledore's life. Finally, Harry managed to persuade the adults to lift their little moratorium on training him, and soon he and Snape were back in the ballroom, spells flying through the air. It felt good to be at it again. Considering his last fight had very real consequences, it was nice to train with the security that he wasn't fighting for his life this time. Sure, Snape was pushing him hard, but it was nothing Harry couldn't handle. They reached a stalemate, and Snape gestured with one hand to end the duel. Harry was grateful for the moment to catch his breath. "You've been holding out on me, Potter," Snape said. Harry smiled before he even turned around. Draco was leaning in the doorway, his grey eyes locked onto Harry. "Draco!" Harry sprinted toward him, barreling into the blonde with a soft oof. "How long were you watching?" "Only a few minutes." Draco's hands found Harry's shoulders, and his smile softened as he leaned in for a kiss. "That's a bit more than you taught me and the others." Harry flushed. I've been at this for a while." Draco glanced past him at Snape. "I want to learn." Harry jolted in surprise, but when he looked at Snape, the man was merely observing. Harry nodded, his lips thin. "Considering you're likely to spend any future battles at this fool's side, it would do you well to be adequately prepared," Snape agreed. "I will speak to your mother." Then he smiled, a tiny gesture. "It's good to see you well, Draco." "You too, Uncle Sev." "Potter." Harry straightened up, his heart racing with anticipation. "You're dismissed for now," Snape said, a smirk playing on his lips. "I know better than to expect you not to be distracted if I send Draco away." Harry couldn't deny it and laughed softly. "Thank you, sir." "Is Narcissa with you, Draco?" Snape asked as he put his wand away. "Down in the conservatory with Sirius," Draco replied immediately. Snape nodded, and Harry sensed it was their cue to leave. He grabbed Draco by the hand and tugged him toward the stairs. They ended up in Harry's bedroom. With a gentle push, Harry pressed Draco back against the door and leaned in for a slow kiss. God, he had missed this boy. "I'm so glad you're safe," he murmured, his hands resting on Draco's hips. "When Snape told us about the manor wards, I was worried." "Mother had it handled," Draco assured him. I've never seen you duel like that before." Awe shone in his eyes, making Harry blush. Of course, Draco hadn't been at the Department of Mysteries. He had never witnessed Harry in a real fight. "I'm not as good as Snape," Harry insisted. "I think he goes easy on me sometimes, even when he says he's not." Draco snorted. "Uncle Severus doesn't lie to spare egos, Potter." He shook his head slightly, still looking amazed. "All my life I've watched men who are obsessed with power. Men who are addicted to it, willing to do anything to get more of it, flaunting their power over others. And you have so much power, and you don't even care about it." "Power is only valuable if you can use it to protect those who don't have it," Harry replied, noticing Draco's smile widen just a bit. "I've never known a powerful man like you, Harry Potter," Draco whispered, tilting his chin up for another kiss. Harry leaned in eagerly, sliding a hand down to Draco's backside. "If anyone has the power here, it's you," Harry pointed out breathlessly. If Draco said jump, he'd ask how high without a moment's hesitation, and they both knew it. The blonde smirked, pushing back against Harry, guiding him all the way to the bed. "That's what's so incredible," he drawled, gently shoving Harry onto the mattress and crawling up to straddle him. Harry's pupils widened behind his glasses, his pulse racing with desire. "You're arguably the most powerful wizard in the country, and you just let me do this." Draco pressed his hand firmly on Harry's chest, pinning him down. Harry couldn't help the low, needy groan that escaped him. A boy could get addicted to that sort of power. "Good," Harry gasped, desperately wishing Draco would kiss him, touch him, do anything other than sit there on his lap, looking at him like he was the most beautiful thing in the world. "If you're addicted, you won't leave me." Draco's laugh was like warm honey against Harry's skin. "Oh, that ship sailed long ago," he breathed, finally leaning down to seal their lips together. With a careless wave of Harry's hand, the door locked and silenced. Draco's eyes darkened at the effortless display of magic. "I use my power for the important things," Harry remarked cheekily, watching amusement flicker across Draco's face. "Clearly," he drawled, his fingers teasing the hem of Harry's t-shirt. "One of these days we'll have to experiment a little with that wandless magic of yours. I'm sure we'll find plenty of good uses for it." Harry smirked at the challenge, wanting to explore every possibility. The heat pulsed through him, urgent and intense. "Well, it sounds like you'll be moving in this summer after all, if you're training with me," he murmured. "So we'll have plenty of time for that." This summer, next summer, after graduation, they would have all the time in the world. Draco grinned, pressing down against Harry, both of them moaning at the blissful friction. "I missed you," he sighed, his hand wandering, head thrown back in pleasure. Harry was captivated by the pale column of Draco's throat, his Adam's apple bobbing delicately. He wanted to bite it. With a surge of determination, he leaned up, holding Draco in place while he lavished attention on the blonde's neck, drawing desperate little gasps that were music to his ears. "Missed you too," he breathed, nipping at Draco's jaw. "Glad you're home?" If Harry had his way, Draco would be staying with him until September 1st. He was so tired of only getting snippets of time with his boyfriend. During dinner, both teenagers managed to keep their blushes in check, even though they'd healed the numerous bite marks on Draco's fair skin. Harry could tell that the adults around the table were aware of what they'd been up to, or at least they suspected, and they weren't entirely wrong. "Severus tells me you want to move in here, darling," Narcissa remarked, neatly cutting her lamb shank into smaller pieces. "To work on your dueling with Harry. Uncle Sev is the best person to teach me," Draco pointed out, "along with everyone else who helps out with Harry's training. It won't be easy to learn what I need to know at school. This summer is the best chance for that." Narcissa frowned thoughtfully, and Harry silently prayed to any deity that might listen. "I suppose the manor is getting rather crowded lately." "So you have been sheltering people?" Harry blurted out, then flushed sheepishly. "Sorry, Blaise mentioned." He'd heard rumors. "He has some names, if you're able to take any more." Far from offended, Narcissa merely looked amused. "That boy takes after his mother entirely too much," she said fondly. "Not a whisper that woman doesn't hear about. Yes, I've invited a few acquaintances to stay at the manor to escape their difficult home lives. I can certainly look into any names Mr. Zabini has provided you." Her lips curved into a knowing smile. "And I suppose Draco and I can move our things over in the morning, if that suits you, Lord Black." There was a hint of teasing in her voice, and Sirius laughed. "I've been trying to get the two of you to move in for months, Sissa. Kerry already has your rooms picked out," he assured brightly. Harry and Draco exchanged beaming smiles across the table. This summer was looking better and better by the minute. They were officially at war. The announcement had come in the Prophet in the middle of July, which Harry thought was about 3 weeks too late. The wizarding world seemed reluctant to admit such a reality. Now, however, they had no choice. The Death Eaters were no longer concerned with keeping a low profile, attacking light-sided and muggle-born families almost every night of the week. Harry could hardly sleep, plagued by visions. More than once he had woken up with his wand in hand, sending a Patronus straight to Kingsley to mobilize either the Auras or the Order. "Should we be worried about how many meetings he's having that you're not invited to?" Harry asked Snape one morning over breakfast. The potions master looked up from the paper. "Only if you hear him talk about keeping information away from me," he replied, unconcerned. "It has always been this way. I am his potions master and his informant on Dumbledore. My position is too valuable to risk with meaningless raids. Similarly, he believes I reside at the castle in the summer, and I can't be seen walking back and forth to the gates every night. I'm summoned when needed, and don't involve myself with the rest. A sneer tugged at his lips, a fact that would have people like Alistair Moody convinced that I'm more of a burden than an asset. Harry scowled. You're more of an asset than he is. He's bloody retired. The sneer transformed into a smirk. Quite. He turned the page of the newspaper but quickly abandoned it. He rarely had the patience to read the entire prophet before his first cup of coffee. If anything is said that suggests the Dark Lord is doubting me, then we shall make preparations. But until then, I assure you, this is entirely normal. Under the circumstances, at least. Beside him, Remus frowned, as he often did whenever Snape described working for Voldemort as anything resembling normal. The only person who doubts you is Bellatrix, and she hasn't exactly been herself lately, Harry added, a flicker of amusement in his voice. Ever since Sirius had removed her from the Black family tree, Bellatrix seemed to have lost what little sanity she had left. Harry was amazed that Voldemort tolerated her raving and screeching. Though she was undeniably skilled at torture, he could attest to that personally after many late-night visions. I'm more worried about how many meetings you're getting invited to, intentionally or not, Draco groused, his grey eyes surveying Harry fretfully. The Malfoys had only been living at Seren for a few days, but already it felt as though they had always belonged there. You're barely getting 3 hours of sleep a night. I'm fine, Harry insisted, offering a smile. I never slept much before, anyway. Do I want to know how you're aware of how much sleep Harry is or isn't getting, Draco, darling? Narcissa asked, raising her eyebrows as she observed her son blush. I can hear him walk past. My room to get a cup of tea in the middle of the night, he explained defensively. Narcissa's lips pursed, but she remained silent. Harry thought he caught a glimmer of amusement in her gaze. There's nothing I can do about the visions, Harry continued with a shrug. I keep my occlumency barriers up, but that doesn't stop me from getting dragged into his mind. And sleeping potions aren't a long-term solution. He had grown accustomed to it at this point, functioning on very little sleep after years at the Dursleys. Sure, it would be nice to sleep through the night, but honestly, Harry figured he'd probably wake up at 4 in the morning anyway, just out of habit. Draco didn't seem convinced. Harry reached over to squeeze his hand, hoping to offer a reassuring smile. He could handle it. If his visions helped save lives, he would endure them, even if they were making things difficult for him. Snape had to skulk around Hogwarts for a while, so Dumbledore wouldn't become suspicious of his whereabouts, and Draco was busy helping his mother settle a few new people into Malfoy Manor. That left Harry to his own devices that morning. With that in mind, he decided to tackle the never-ending stack of post that needed replies. In his last batch of letters to friends, Harry had discreetly hinted that Dumbledore's health was beginning to fail. Only to a couple of people, Susan, Blaise, and Neville, but he knew word would spread from there. Susan's response was to ignore the news entirely and assure him she was reaching out to other active Wizengamot members who might be sympathetic to their cause, gloating in the most polite way only she could manage. If I make overtures now, then with any luck, I'll have good relationships with the neutral seats by the time things take their course, she wrote. She was already on reasonable terms with the parents and guardians of most of their friends at school, thanks to an... Harry absently reflected on his entire childhood filled with playdates and dinner parties. He couldn't help but wonder how long it would be before half the Wizengamot learned about Dumbledore's declining health, even if none would openly admit to it. He wasn't overly concerned. Susan had it all under control. His focus needed to shift to other pressing matters. Susan was on the same wavelength. She had suggested that Harry reconnect with his lawyer, knowing a formal suit against Dumbledore might be necessary sooner rather than later. Taking her advice, Harry penned a letter to Mrs. Frobisher, requesting a meeting to discuss some previous work he had asked her about. He knew better than to put anything in writing when dealing with legal matters, just in case it could be turned against him. In contrast, his letter from Neville was much more light-hearted and brought a smile to Harry's face. Apparently, Ginny had accepted an invitation to spend several days at Longbottom Manor in a week. Susan's presence there had helped smooth over any potential tensions with Mrs. Weasley, and Neville's grandmother's reputation for being incredibly proper had also worked in their favour. The letter was charming, with Neville flustered about the idea of his girlfriend and his grandmother spending time together, and the prospect of some private moments with Ginny. Harry did his best to offer advice, while also reminding Neville that Ginny was a determined witch. He suggested that Neville should simply talk to her about her expectations. That approach had certainly worked for him and Draco, and he suspected the dynamics weren't too different in a straight relationship. Given how much Fred and George had emphasized the importance of communication in relationships, Harry felt confident that Ginny would be on the same page. He knew that Ginny and Neville hadn't gone beyond snogging while still at school, but he was aware that she had definitely been more intimate with Michael Corner, though he wasn't sure how much of that she had shared with Neville. Regardless, Harry reassured his friend that everything would be fine. He emphasized that Neville shouldn't feel pressured to do anything he wasn't comfortable with, but at the same time, Harry thought it best not to expect anything in particular from Ginny. Not that he really believed he would. Neville was a gentleman, almost to a fault. Any progress in their relationship would likely be at Ginny's urging, or perhaps her manhandling, demanding, and just outright taking matters into her own hands. That was more her style. As he wrote his response, Harry chuckled to himself, reflecting on the oddity of shifting from a letter about political machinations to one filled with the typical woes of teenage relationships. Sometimes he forgot he wasn't even 16 yet, still just a teenager. It was nice to be reminded of that. Harry held on to quiet hopes of experiencing a few more normal teenage moments over the summer, both with Draco and his friends. After finishing his letter to Neville, he added it to the stack destined for Longbottom Manor and reached for the next piece of correspondence, a 3-page letter from Victor, mostly detailing his adventures with the Bulgarian Quidditch team. Harry was always amazed at how much Victor could write, especially now that they were more comfortable with each other. While Victor might not be much of a talker, once he got going with a quill, he was unstoppable. Harry remembered Victor being quite chatty in his native tongue among the other Durmstrang students and the small group of others who spoke Bulgarian. He strongly suspected that Victor wrote with a translation charm, and that his so-called quiet, reserved nature was really just a lack of confidence in English, perhaps coupled with a bit of feigned aloofness to keep the fans at bay. Harry could relate to that. It made him smile to read his friend's eager recounting of the antics he and his teammates had gotten up to at their training camp. In return, Harry happily shared a story about a prank he and Draco had pulled on Sirius and Charlie just a few days earlier. Suddenly, there was a knock on his bedroom door. Looking up, Harry grinned at his godfather. "Hey, Padfoot, what's up?" "Just letting you know we're headed to Grimmauld for dinner. You're included," the dog animagus replied. Harry frowned at the thought. "Order meeting?" he guessed, wondering if his blissful Dumbledore free time was coming to an end. But Sirius just smiled, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Nope, family dinner." Harry tilted his head, confused. "What do you mean?" "Charlie arranged it with Bill and Fleur. You'll get to congratulate them in person. And, the Tonks will be there too. They're bringing Kingsley, if he can get off work in time." Suddenly Harry felt suspicious about the look on his godfather's face. "When you say family dinner, Draco and Narcissa are coming too," Sirius confirmed, bouncing on his toes. Fleur swiped the bit of parchment Dumbledore used to let her in on the secret. "I'll be damned if I let that old goat keep my family out of my own bloody house." He grinned devilishly. "We tried to get the twins and Ginny to come too, and their +1s, of course, but they've got plans tonight. Also, I thought it might be best not to have too many people around, considering Sissa and Andy haven't seen each other since before Tonks was born." He shrugged. "We'll have the rest of them over some other time." Harry blinked. That was a lot of information to digest all at once. "Okay, well, sounds good. Is Snape coming, or—" "No, he managed to wiggle his way out of it. He doesn't want too many people knowing about him and Moony yet. Might get back to the wrong ears." Sirius scowled lightly, but shook it off. "Anyway, the Malfoys will be back at 4, so we're leaving at 6. Make sure you're presentable." He wiggled his eyebrows, making Harry blush. "Shouldn't I be telling you that?" Harry shot back, a pointed gaze reminding his godfather that it hadn't been Draco and him who got caught. They were half naked in the library together. Sirius grinned wider, completely unrepentant. "Pup, when you've had the life I have, people forgive your eccentricities," he declared happily. "As long as I'm wearing clean clothes, I'm more presentable than half the family expects of me." Harry snickered. That was certainly true. He did a mental head count. Even without Snape, there were still 11 people coming for dinner. And to think that didn't even include a huge chunk of the people Harry considered family these days. "Did you ever think you could have this, Siri?" he blurted, his voice suddenly small. Sirius frowned at him. "Family dinners with people you don't hate. You know, this." He gestured broadly, vaguely encompassing the whole house. Sirius's gaze softened in understanding, and he leaned against the doorframe. "Not for a long time," he admitted, "and then never again after Prongs died. But life's got a funny way of surprising you." "Sirius," Charlie called from somewhere near the stairs, "I'm popping into work for a bit. Trouble with one of the hatchlings. But I'll be back in time for dinner, I promise. Love you." "Good luck. Don't die," Sirius called back cheerfully. "Love you too." Harry heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs, followed by the front door opening and shutting. Sirius looked at Harry and laughed, running a hand through his hair. "No, pup, I definitely didn't think I could have this," he agreed ruefully. "We're lucky buggers, though, aren't we?" Harry's eyes wandered around his bedroom, taking in the wardrobe full of clothes that had only ever been his, the shelf overflowing with books, the posters on the walls, the comfy bed, and the big, sunny window. His desk was cluttered with letters from friends and family. "The luckiest," he said softly. "Life's surprises, indeed." Narcissa Malfoy was feeling nervous. It was hard to tell just by looking at her, but Harry recognized the signs in her son, so he knew what to look for. The way her fingers curled slightly at her sides suggested she was trying not to clench her hands. The tightness in her jaw and the sharper edge to her comments, though not quite sharp enough to hurt, spoke volumes. He understood why she would be nervous in her position. They were at Grimmauld Place, watching Kerry set the table for dinner. So far it was just the group from Seren, but Harry knew that would change soon. Suddenly the fire flared green, and Bill and Fleur stepped out. Narcissa's shoulders tensed even more. "Harry!" Fleur greeted him with delight, beckoning him over to kiss him on both cheeks. "My, you have grown." He laughed. "Better late than never," he joked. "Congratulations, by the way," he added, glancing down at the impressive engagement ring on her finger. "Blimey, that's a bit of a rock, isn't it?" Fleur beamed, holding it up for his inspection, while Bill flushed at her side. "When you work with goblins, you develop a high standard for jewellery," he defended. "It is beautiful," Fleur declared, kissing his cheek, "but not more beautiful than the man who gave it to me." That made Bill go as red as his hair, and Harry heard Charlie fighting a laugh behind him. As if the dragon tamer hadn't said soppier things to Sirius. "Now I hear you have someone for us to meet, no?" Fleur pressed, turning back to Harry with intrigue dancing in her eyes. Charlie talked a lot, but he did not say much. "Sounds about right," Sirius piped up, earning an elbow to the ribs from his partner. Harry suddenly felt a wave of nerves wash over him. He had somehow forgotten this part of the evening's proceedings. He turned around, desperately searching for platinum blonde hair, and reached towards Draco. "I think you've technically met in—" "Fleur, this is Draco Malfoy, my boyfriend," Harry introduced, gesturing between them. "Draco, you remember Fleur, of course, and I don't know if you've met Bill." "Not properly," Draco replied, bowing with an open palm. "Well met, Lord Pruitt." He then turned to Fleur, flashing his most charming smile and kissing the back of her hand. "Miss Delacour, it's a pleasure. Congratulations on your engagement." "Merci," Fleur responded, glancing back at Harry. "He is charming." "Too charming for his own good," Harry agreed wryly. He was about to continue when the fire flared green once more, and Draco froze beside him. The Tonks family had arrived. Harry hadn't met Ted Tonks before and was quietly surprised by the kind-faced, slightly rotund man standing next to Andromeda. He wasn't sure what he had expected from the man Andromeda had loved so deeply that she abandoned her entire family, but it certainly wasn't someone who looked like a muggle greengrocer. Still, he knew better than to judge people by appearances. Judging by the set of Ted's shoulders as he faced his wife's estranged sister, there was certainly more to him than met the eye. "Sissy," Andy murmured, her voice thick with emotion. "Andy," Narcissa replied, echoing her tone. You're looking well, sister." Andy cracked a smile. "A few more grey hairs since you last saw me. That's entirely due to raising this one," she added, gesturing to Tonks, who shot her an offended look. The expression quickly shifted to Kingsley when he snickered quietly. "You, on the other hand, haven't aged a day," Andy complimented. Narcissa's laugh sounded slightly strained. "That isn't true, but I appreciate you saying so. Is this your child, then? I've been told you prefer to be called Tonks." She turned to Tonks, who blinked, taken aback. Yes." "Call me Sissa," Narcissa offered, "or even Aunt Sissa if you like, though it may take some time to get there." She chuckled softly. Then, as she turned to introduce Draco, he stepped forward almost as if he were in a trance. "This is your cousin, Draco. Andy, I'd like you to meet my son." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Tonks," Draco replied, embodying the polite young pureblood he had been raised to be. Andy smiled as Draco kissed her hand. "The pleasure is all mine, I assure you." She studied him carefully, and Harry noticed Draco trying hard not to fidget. "I'm very much looking forward to getting to know you, Draco," Andy said warmly. Her gaze then shifted back to her sister. "We have a lot of catching up to do." A brief silence followed, and then Sirius clapped his hands together. "I think dinner is ready now that we're all here." He was in fine hosting form, carefully seating everyone around the table to ensure that reunions could happen without anyone feeling overwhelmed. Harry found himself placed between Draco and Fleur, while Tonks and Kingsley sat opposite them. Kerry flitted about, levitating plates of food in front of everyone and expertly managing the drinks that needed pouring. She was a Black family elf, after all, even if it had been many years since their last dinner party. With his knee pressed reassuringly against Draco's under the table, Harry started a conversation with Tonks about a band she had introduced him to on the wireless. A band that Draco had enjoyed too, giving them common ground for their own discussion. He needn't have worried so much. By the time the second course arrived, Draco was happily chatting away about school, as if he had known Tonks all his life. "You are so protective," Fleur murmured in his ear, leaning in close. "It is very cute." Harry flushed, turning to talk to her now that Draco was fine on his own. Harry kept his knee pressed against his boyfriend's as he spoke softly. "He hasn't had much in the way of good family," he admitted. "I just want this to go well." Fleur glanced at him, curiosity in her eyes. "He is the boy you were with during the tournament, isn't he?" Harry nodded. "How sweet that you stayed together through it all. I did wonder if you were in love when you wrote that article." I didn't know it at the time," he confessed a bit sheepishly. Even then, he had an inkling of how much Draco Malfoy would come to mean to him. "But yeah, he's the one." Fleur cooed with delight, and beside her Bill chuckled. "Charlie mentioned you were smitten," he said with a teasing tone. "I'd like to say I'm surprised, but honestly, at this point, I don't think anything you do could surprise me, Potter." Harry shrugged, a rueful smile on his face. "I try." "You'll have to bring him to the wedding," Fleur insisted, "whenever it may be." Harry glanced at Draco, picturing him in dress robes again. This time they could actually dance together in public. "Sounds great, Fleur." He felt confident that by the time they got married, he would be ready to go public with Draco. Honestly, he doubted they would be able to wait that long. With Narcissa openly distinguishing the Malfoy family from the dark, there was little reason to keep their relationship a secret. As everyone grew more comfortable with each other, the conversations at the table expanded. Narcissa offered recommendations for florists for Bill and Fleur's wedding, while Ted chatted with Charlie about the niffler nest in his garden. By the time Kerry served dessert, Harry looked over at Sirius. The Lord Black was in his element, his face glowing as he chatted with his cousins, Charlie's arm casually draped over the back of his chair. It was clear he was enjoying the company after so long spent mostly alone. Harry could easily imagine him in the future, hosting even larger dinners than this one. Harry envisioned a future Yule, surrounded by his family gathered around the enormous table. He imagined lively summer parties at the Pottery, where everyone could come together, spilling onto the lawn to play Quidditch and bask in the sunshine. The thought filled him with hope, and his chest ached with the possibility of having that kind of happiness, if only they could survive the war. He felt a soft press of lips against his cheek, pulling him from his reverie. He met Draco's curious gaze. "Are you all right? You were 1,000,000 miles away," Draco asked quietly. Harry grinned, giving Draco's knee a reassuring squeeze. "Just enjoying the company." Draco raised an eyebrow but let it go, his fingers intertwining with Harry's as he used the other hand to savor his white chocolate parfait. After dinner, they moved to the large parlour, and for the first time Grimmauld Place felt cosy and warm, just right for the number of people there. Even last summer, with the entire Weasley family staying, Harry had felt the house was far too big. Now it felt almost as much like home as Seren. "I must say, Sirius, I love what you've done with the place," Narcissa remarked, running her hand over the back of the sofa. "Your mother had horrendous taste in interior design." Sirius let out a loud laugh. "Horrendous taste in a lot of things, Sissa," he joked. "Merlin, did you know she left a portrait of herself here? Oh, the old hag used to scream." Harry tuned him out as Sirius entertained his cousins with the tale of Mrs. Black's portrait removal, knowing Andy had probably heard it before. He was glad to see Sirius reconnecting with his family. It was good for him to share childhood memories, reminding him that not all of them were awful or traumatic, and to find sympathy for those that were. Harry, Remus, and Snape had all endured difficult childhoods, but none had experienced life in a dark, pure-blood home. He noticed Bill beckoning to him. Harry quietly approached the redhead as Fleur chatted with Tonks, going unnoticed. "I just wanted to let you know, you were onto something with the idea of checking the Death Eater vaults," Bill said softly, and Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "You found one?" Bill nodded. "In Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. A cup. It looked like it belonged to Hufflepuff herself. It was a shame to have to destroy it," he added with a slight frown. "We tried to use the ritual from that book Snape gave me, but that's definitely only for moving horcruxes from one living vessel to another. The team wanted to experiment a bit with the inanimate vessel, but Gorak and I convinced them it was best to just destroy it and let it lie. We don't want to risk doing something we can't reverse." His expression grew serious, and Harry nodded in agreement. That was a dangerous path to take. "So, another one's been destroyed?" Bill nodded again, and relief flooded through Harry. Blimey. Including Harry's scar, and assuming the ring Dumbledore nearly died over was indeed a horcrux, that made 6 of them, leaving only his scar and the snake remaining. "Surely there can't be many more." "No more than 3, Bill assured him. "We're close, Harry. We're getting there." A grin spread across Harry's face. There was finally light at the end of the tunnel. Later, a weary group of 6 apparated back to Seren, the balmy summer evening perfect for the short stroll up to the house. "Thank you, Sirius," Narcissa murmured, linking arms with her cousin. "That was delightful." They all understood she was referring to more than just the dinner, and Sirius grinned at her, patting her hand. "There'll be plenty more to look forward to," he promised. "The Black family used to dominate the social calendar back in the day. I think it's about time we brought that back, though with better intentions." "Company this time, preferably," Narcissa laughed as her voice chimed through the garden. "Charlie, dear, I hope you know what you're getting into with this one," she teased lightly. "A more social creature you'll never find." "He lets me keep my dragons, so I can put up with parties," Charlie replied with a grin. "I like the idea of a full house." The couple shared a meaningful look, and Harry felt like a voyeur just for being present. They parted ways inside, each heading to their own bedrooms. Harry hoped he could finally sleep through the entire night without any interruptions from Voldemort. He longed for just one night to bask in the feeling of family. Dragging himself to bed, he pulled the duvet up to his shoulders and froze when his door creaked open. His wand instinctively jumped to his hand, but he relaxed when he saw it was just Draco, the moonlight glinting off his pale hair. "What's the matter?" Harry asked, reaching for his glasses. Draco wore a matching set of silver silk pajamas, and Harry was briefly distracted by how the material draped over his thighs. "Not that I object to a late-night visit, but I'm a bit too tired for anything fun tonight," he said, offering a lopsided grin. Draco rolled his eyes. "I overheard you and Bill talking in the parlour," he declared, and Harry's heart sank. "What the hell are horcruxes?" Harry sat up properly and patted the mattress beside him. "That's kind of a long story. With a ball of light glowing overhead, Harry began to share the truth with Draco. Everything, including the fact that a fragment of Voldemort's soul resided within his own head. With each word, Draco's expression grew increasingly horrified. "So that's why occlumency doesn't help with my visions," he concluded. "I can keep him out of my mind, but dreams are a sort of in-between space, and he's not putting much effort into keeping me out of his. And he doesn't know that part of that it's inside you." Harry shook his head. "Not as far as we're aware, but Dumbledore knows. That's why he blocked my magic, we think. He wanted to use me to destroy both the Horcrux and Voldemort himself when the time was right. Then he could swoop in and play the devastated mentor, keeping the country eating out of the palm of his hand." The horror on Draco's face shifted into a scowl. "He's lucky he's already dying, the bastard," he muttered. "I'd kill him myself for what he's done to you." Harry leaned in and gave Draco a soft kiss, stroking his face. "It's fine. Like Bill said, there are no more than 3 others out there at most, probably less. We know how to get the one out of my scar, so we just need to find a couple more, kill the snake, and then I can end it." Draco leaned forward until their foreheads touched. "I wish you'd let the Gringotts team destroy the one in your head," he whispered. "But I know you won't. Damn Gryffindor." Harry chuckled softly, his fingers threading through Draco's hair. "I've saved lives with that connection. You can't ask me to give it up for my own comfort." A quiet sigh escaped Draco's lips. "I know, I'm not asking, but can I stay here tonight?" He pulled back slightly, his grey eyes filled with hope and hesitation. "It's a lot to take in. I just want to hold you. Please." Harry couldn't refuse that. He pulled back the duvet, shifting them both to lie down beneath it. Draco wrapped his arms around him, Harry's back to his chest, a gentle kiss fluttering against Harry's temple. "Promise me," he breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. "Promise me you'll get rid of it if it starts looking dangerous. If it seems like he's manipulating the link." Harry placed his hands over Draco's, sinking back into the warmth of his boyfriend's embrace. That was truly more than he could have hoped for. He wasn't sure he would have been this calm if their roles were reversed. "I promise," he said, wrapping his foot around Draco's ankle. "I want to survive this war, Draco. That wasn't always the case, but now I know what's waiting for me on the other side. I won't take unnecessary risks. I won't let him kill me when victory is so close." Draco tightened his grip, his warm breath brushing against Harry's neck. They didn't need to say anything more. Silence spoke volumes, and for the first time in a long while, Harry slept soundly through the night. Chapter 79. Neither of the boys was naive enough to think the adults weren't aware of exactly where Draco had spent the night. But no one commented on it, so Harry felt they were in the clear. Not that they had done anything wrong. He doubted any of their guardians would truly care at this point if they did. Draco was 16, and Harry was almost the same age. He had informed Sirius when he and Draco began getting more intimate, and Sirius had simply said he trusted them to be responsible. They had been together long enough to earn that trust and not make hasty decisions. The morning paper arrived, filled with more incompetence from the ministry. Along with it came a couple of letters, one for Remus and one for Harry. He opened his eagerly, scanning the contents. "Sirius, Mrs. Frobisher has invited us for dinner on Tuesday," he announced. "She says the Bones will be there too. We can talk everything over. Is that okay?" He had promised Susan a dinner with their families at some point during the summer, so this would serve 2 purposes. "I think that's a marvellous idea," Sirius replied, looking up grim-faced from the paper. We can discuss how Dumbledore is insinuating you're possessed in a national newspaper." Harry's face paled. "He what?" Sirius handed over the paper, and Draco nudged Harry's shoulder as he squeezed in so they could both read it. The article delved deeper into the attack at the Ministry a month ago, specifically how Harry had come to be there in the first place. When questioned, Albus Dumbledore reminded our reporters that he was not present at the school at that time. However, he continued, Mr. Potter has long had a connection to the Dark Lord, the specifics of which are unknown to me, but as both have grown stronger, it is increasingly clear that Harry has insight into you-know-who's mind that the rest of us can only guess at. When asked if the connection went both ways, or for further details of the incidents, Professor Dumbledore declined to comment. The article continued, revealing that many students had witnessed Harry Potter experiencing visions throughout his school life. They claimed he could see into the mind of he who must not be named. Sources reported that Harry might have had such a vision during his History of Magic exam, where witnesses said he had some sort of fit and left early, just hours before the attack on the Ministry began. What was the nature of this connection that Harry seemed to possess? Could it be dangerous? This reporter was unqualified to speculate, and the unspeakables were unavailable for comment. By the time Harry finished reading, the dishes on the table were rattling. "Control it, Potter," Snape droned, sounding almost bored. Harry took a deep breath, pushing his magic back down. "Surely there's something in there we can sue him for," he growled, glaring down at the paper. "If there is, I'm sure Mrs. Frobisher will find it," Remus assured him. "But Albus has been playing this game for longer than any of us have been alive. He knows how to say just enough to get people to fill in the blanks, while keeping it vague enough to avoid legal problems. And it's not like you can hide the visions you've had, especially not after having one in the middle of an exam. I'm sure half the Aura department has put the pieces together, considering Amelia and Kingsley always have the earliest warnings on raids, and you're known to be friendly with them both," Sirius added. Harry's scowl deepened. He couldn't even go on record with the truth about the connection without revealing the secret of the horcruxes. Dumbledore knew exactly what the connection was, but instead of declining to comment, he was dropping infuriating little hints, supporting these vague witness claims about Harry having visions. Does he really think I'm being possessed, or is he just trying to make my life difficult? Harry's question hung in the air, directed at his friends. Snape frowned. "He knows you're not possessed in the traditional sense. However, I believe he truly thinks you have been changed by the presence of the Dark Lord's soul within you, especially now that the Dark Lord is active again. He doesn't believe you could have shed the compulsions and magical blocks on your own. In his view, you're too foolish to have discovered them and had them removed elsewhere. His reasoning is that the Dark Lord's soul is influencing you to become more powerful, steering you toward darkness and away from the headmaster and his influence." The Slytherin snorted derisively. "He is too arrogant to consider that you might have developed a mind of your own over the last 3 years. So, naturally, the only explanation is that another mind is leading you astray." A sound of disgust escaped Harry's throat. "I hate him," he muttered, and several people hummed in agreement. "We'll get him, pup," Sirius assured him. "Write back to your lawyer and tell her Tuesday works perfectly." Harry hoped they could gather enough evidence to bring down Albus Dumbledore. With Draco living at Seren, Harry's training had intensified. It was beneficial for him to revisit concepts he might have already mastered, while Draco learned them for the first time. At the rate the blonde was progressing, he would catch up to Harry in no time. Although Harry possessed the raw power to smooth his way, Draco had the brains and determination to rival even the fiercest of Ravenclaws. Not to mention, he had far too much pride to let himself look bad in front of both his godfather and his boyfriend. For Harry, who had spent the past 2 summers feeling as though he had stolen Snape from Draco, it was wonderful to see the two finally working together. It was also quite amusing to watch Snape interact with someone he didn't feel the need to snipe at every few minutes, even in jest. Harry could see just how much Draco idolized his godfather. As Harry watched, he could easily picture a much younger Draco eagerly begging Snape to teach him about potions, carefully mimicking every movement the potions master made. Snape would patiently explain the various techniques for preparing ingredients. He had little patience for fools, but his godson was certainly no fool. This memory often brought Harry back to the moment Snape had shared with him, the one featuring his heavily pregnant mother and her offer to carry a child for both Remus and Snape. Snape's immediate dismissal of the entire idea struck Harry as far too quick. How different things could have been. But today, they weren't working with Snape. The potions master was back at Hogwarts, preparing for the upcoming school year. Instead, they were with Sirius, venturing out into the woods surrounding the property, crossing the property line entirely. They were stepping outside the apparition wards, ready for lessons that both Harry and Draco could hardly wait to start. "Apparating isn't really as hard as it's cracked up to be," Sirius said as they walked. "It won't be for you two, anyway. It's all about focus, and you've got that in spades." Harry knew that under Dumbledore's influence, he likely would have struggled with this. Merlin, the man, had truly wanted to make Harry feel helpless. They stopped in a clearing not far from the ward line, and Sirius brandished his wand, tracing 2 sets of white circles on the ground, about 10 feet apart. "We'll start off easy just to get a feel for things. You can see where you're going. All you'll have to do is get from one circle to the other." As Sirius began to explain the 3 Ds of apparition, Harry focused intently, stepping into the nearest circle. He deliberately avoided looking at Draco. The expression on the blonde's face when he was concentrating was far too cute, and Harry knew it would distract him. "Don't expect much to happen immediately," Sirius warned, stepping back to observe. "It takes some time. Just take your time with it. Remember, you have all summer. No need to rush and risk splinching yourselves." Both boys winced at the thought. They definitely wanted to avoid that outcome. Much like during his animagus practice, Harry focused his mind and his magic, concentrating hard on the circle he was aiming for. He knew what apparition felt like from a side-along perspective. He just needed to figure out how to recreate that feeling himself. On his first attempt, nothing happened. The same went for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tries. After a while, he began to sense a faint tingle of magic, but it still wasn't enough to take the leap into nothingness and hope to reappear on the other side. A headache was also starting to creep in. A glance at Draco revealed he was equally frustrated, and Sirius offered an understanding grin. "That'll do it for now, I think. Like I said, it takes time. It's a bit like the animagus transformation. Once you've done it once, it becomes easier. You just have to create that initial pathway in your magic." "I'm sure if I'd succeeded in the animagus transformation, that would make me feel better," Draco replied, folding his arms with a hint of sarcasm. Sirius remained unfazed, still smiling. "Why don't you give it a try now? I'll see if I can help you out. I know you're at least halfway there. Harry told me you managed to sprout wings the other week." "There were feathers everywhere," Harry chimed in playfully, sticking his tongue out at Draco's glare. "If you two are going to work on that, do you mind if I do the same?" Harry asked. "I've only ever transformed into a fox indoors, and I want to see what it's like to be in a forest. My fox senses are so sharp, I know it'll be overwhelming at first." "Sounds good, but we'll move back inside the wards first," Sirius said. He left the 4 white circles on the grass and led them back toward the house. Harry felt the faintest tingle as they crossed the boundary. "Don't go too far, pup," Sirius warned from the edge of the ward boundary. Harry gave him a thumbs up, then kissed Draco's cheek. In an instant, he was a lot closer to the ground. As he had anticipated, being a fox in the woods was an overwhelming experience. There were so many scents, creatures, both magical and muggle, the different plants and the moisture in the earth. He could even detect the familiar scents of Sirius, Draco, and himself, along with the wards, where the magic fizzed lightly under his nose. Mindful of his boyfriend and godfather, Harry bounded off into the trees, getting used to the feel of the soft earth beneath his paws. It was incredible to experience the world in this way. While training to become an animagus, Harry had read cautionary tales about those who became so attached to their animal forms that they ended up stuck in them forever, unable, or unwilling, to return to human form. Sirius had mentioned more than once how he nearly crossed that line after spending so much time as a dog to preserve his sanity in Azkaban. For the first time, Harry could understand how such things could happen. Out in the woods, with his fox senses in full force, he sniffed out rabbit trails, strange birds, and even the scent of Buckbeak, who had recently passed through. It was a blissful experience, unlike anything he had felt before. Everything seemed so much simpler in the mind of a fox. His worries melted away, replaced by a keen desire to explore the undergrowth. Yet he didn't let the experience overwhelm him. He had to maintain a firm grip on the human side of his mind. He had too much at stake. When things began to feel a bit intense, he turned back toward the familiar scents of Sirius and Draco, disregarding any other distractions. That was much easier. Even as a fox, Draco's scent brought Harry a sense of safety and made his heart flutter. Not wanting to disturb his boyfriend's concentration, Harry began to search for a comfortable spot to settle down. Harry's gaze settled on a nearby tree, its bark rough and the low branches wide and sturdy. There was something he hadn't tried yet. With a burst of energy, he skittered up the trunk, grinning to himself in triumph as he reached the lower branches. From his perch, he watched Draco meditate below. The blonde seemed to be making progress. His wings were sprouting much faster this time, feathers extending all the way up to his shoulders. Sirius crowed in delight, and Harry's little fox heart warmed at the sight of the smile on his boyfriend's face. "That's a really great start, Draco," Sirius exclaimed. "Bird forms are supposed to be really hard to master. With the bone density and everything, it's more complicated than mammal to mammal." Harry observed as Draco shook his arms, feathers drifting down onto the grass as he transformed back into his human form. "Keep practicing, and I bet you'll have it down by the end of summer," Sirius encouraged. He glanced at his watch, then frowned. "We should probably head back inside before Remus sends out a search party. I wonder where Harry's wandered off to." Harry chuffed quietly, then launched himself from the tree towards his godfather. Sirius yelped but managed to catch him, awkwardly steadying the fox in his arms. "Bloody hell! You scared 10 years off my life, you little menace," Sirius said, his tone half serious. Harry let out a little fox laugh, licking Sirius's chin in response. The half-hearted glare Sirius had quickly melted away. "You're lucky you're cute," he declared, then held Harry out to Draco. Draco cradled the fox like a baby, ruffling the soft white fur on his belly. Harry wriggled in delight, snuffling at Draco's neck. "Do I have to carry you all the way home?" Draco asked, laughing. Harry nodded in response. "And you say I'm high maintenance," Draco muttered, rolling his eyes with a smile. Harry chuffed again, settling comfortably in his boyfriend's arms. Draco smelled even more amazing. Harry felt a warm sense of comfort as he was carried close to Draco, the rhythm of Draco's soothing heartbeat lulling him. It was even more delightful when they returned to the house. Draco laid him down on the soft rug in the small living room, gently petting him. Harry could definitely see why Sirius enjoyed being Padfoot so much. On Tuesday evening, Harry and Sirius said their goodbyes to the rest of the household and made their way to the edge of the wards. They planned to apparate to Grimmauld and then flew from there to the Frobishers' house. Upon arriving, they found Vicky and her parents waiting in the hall. Vicky resembled her father, a tall man with curly dark hair and the same charming gap-toothed smile. In contrast, Mrs. Frobisher was a petite East Asian woman with her black hair tied back in a simple ponytail. "Lord Black, Mr. Potter, welcome," she greeted them, shaking both their hands. "It's so good to finally meet you both in person. Amelia and Susan just arrived. Come on through." Harry and Sirius removed their shoes as instructed and followed the family into the dining room. Sure enough, Susan and Amelia were there, and Susan quickly rushed forward to hug Harry. Then she offered an open-palmed bow to Sirius. "Well met, Lord Black," she said with a grin. "Nice to meet you properly." Sirius laughed. "You too, Heir Bones, and Madam Bones, I can't thank you enough for everything." He shook her hand earnestly and she smiled back. "Your godson saved my life. I think we're even," she replied. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. Without your warning—" She paused, squeezing her niece's shoulder. "Well, it's best not to think about what might have happened." "I'm just glad I could help," Harry said. Mr. Frobisher levitated dinner onto the table, and Harry took a seat between Sirius and Susan. There was a warm current of conversation as they settled in. Anxiety twisted like a coil in Harry's stomach. Although he had gotten used to family dinners over the past couple of years, he had never attended a proper dinner outside his family before. The closest he had come to that experience was staying with the Weasleys, but they had always treated him like just another kid, so it didn't feel the same. To make matters more complicated, this was a sort of business dinner. Harry hoped he wouldn't embarrass himself. "You'll be fine," murmured a voice in the back of his mind that sounded remarkably like Draco. "I thought we'd save all the work talk until after we've eaten," Mrs. Frobisher said, waving her wand to pour water for everyone. "No need to ruin our appetites." Laughter filled the room, and Harry glanced down at his meal. It was a rice and vegetable dish he wasn't familiar with, but the aroma was incredible. "So, Harry, if I might call you Harry," Mr. Frobisher began. Harry nodded in agreement. "Vicky was telling us about the defense club you put together last year. It sounded awfully exciting," he chuckled. "I wish she was that enthusiastic about all her classes." Further down the table, Vicky blushed. "It was a lot of fun," Harry agreed. "I mean, I wish it hadn't been quite so necessary." A dark look crossed everyone's faces at the reminder of Umbridge. "But it was fun getting to know everyone better, and working on spells we might not have learned in class." "I didn't expect joining the Quidditch team to lead to a secret underground defense club," Vicky remarked, "but it definitely made the year interesting. With any luck, the next teacher will be a bit more competent, and you won't need a secret club just to pass your exams," Amelia mused. "Provided we did pass our exams," Harry added. Susan scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Come off it, Harry. If anyone in the HA got less than an E, I'll eat my copy of that awful Slinkhard book," she said, causing Harry to blush. "Well, not much longer to go." "Wait to find out," Sirius said, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "Don't remind us," Susan mock groaned. "Only a couple more weeks until we find out if all our dreams are crushed forever." "Speak for yourself," Harry teased. "I don't need owls to play Quidditch." Susan shot him a glare, which sent everyone at the table into laughter. "Well, either way, I'm sure when Vicky reaches her owl year, she'll be very grateful for your help," Mrs. Frobisher said with a smile. Then her expression turned mischievous. "Meanwhile, I'm sure she's quite thankful to your club for getting her to talk to the boy she's been writing to non-stop since she got home." Vicky immediately flushed red. "Mum," she groaned, and Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I haven't heard anything about a boy." "He's another Gryffindor. His name begins with a C. Christopher? No. Callum?" "Colin," Harry suggested, and Mrs. Frobisher clapped her hands together. "Yes, Colin, that's the one." "Colin Creevey?" Harry's gaze shifted back to Vicky, who looked like she wanted to disappear. "Well, that's news." "They've been sending letters back and forth all week," Mrs. Frobisher teased. "Should I be worried, Harry?" "Nah, Colin's great," Harry replied. At least he had stopped being weirdly obsessed with Harry, which was a relief. "Don't worry, Vicky. I'm a great matchmaker. Just ask Susan." It was Susan's turn to blush, but she did it while glaring at him. "You're lucky Aunt Amelia has already met Theo, Harry," she grumbled, and he laughed. "He mentioned you'd told her about him. Don't worry, I'm not that mean." "I don't need a matchmaker, Harry," Vicky said, still bright red. "Colin and I are just friends. He's really good at transfiguration." Harry hadn't known that, but he could tell Vicky wasn't being entirely truthful. "Well, if that changes," he drawled lightly. "Colin and Ginny and I are good friends, so when she's back on the Quidditch team next year, you'll have an in," Harry said. "But you'll be back as Seeker?" "Ginny's going to try out for Chaser," Harry explained. "Katie would be mad not to pick her." Vicky, eager to change the subject, happily turned the conversation to the Gryffindor Quidditch team's chances. "That reminds me, Harry," Amelia cut in. "You'll be pleased to hear that all of Umbridge's educational decrees have been rescinded, including your lifetime Quidditch ban. There won't be any trouble with you returning to the Gryffindor team." Harry beamed at her. "Brilliant." "I almost wish Umbridge wasn't in Azkaban, just so she could see the exam results from last year and know exactly how much better a teacher Harry was than she ever was," Susan mused. "I bet the look on her face would be priceless." "Surely not all the students who weren't in the HA did poorly?" Harry asked. "I mean, we were a bit more organised, but wasn't everyone practising spells in secret?" The two girls exchanged bemused glances. "Not that we saw," Susan replied. "Everyone else was too scared of getting caught." "Sometimes Harry forgets that not everyone has the same disregard for the rules as he does," Sirius said dryly, giving his godson a light clap on the shoulder. "It runs in the family, in all ways, quite frankly." "Auntie Zelda said she could pick the HA kids out just by their practical exams, and not just in defence," Vicky chirped, receiving a scolding look from her father. "Vicky, you shouldn't talk about other students' exam performances, especially when you haven't even taken your own yet," he admonished. "I didn't name names," Vicky protested. "I just said the difference was obvious." "Excuse me, but Auntie Zelda?" Susan asked, perplexed. Vicky grinned. "Griselda Marchbanks," she said with a shrug. "It's more like my great-great-something auntie, but who's got time to say all that?" Susan and Vicky exchanged wide-eyed glances. "You're related to Griselda Marchbanks?" Susan asked, her curiosity piqued. Does that mean... I'm sorry, but Mrs. Frobisher, how much do you know about what Harry and I have been doing at school, outside the HA? Instead of looking confused, Mrs. Frobisher wore a knowing smile. "Are you referring to your alliance with the other heirs?" she asked, placing a reassuring hand on her daughter's shoulder. "Aunt Zelda hasn't publicized much for safety reasons, but given what we're going to discuss later, I trust that none of you will spread rumors. Vicky is indeed the heir to the Tremblay seat. Technically I am, but once Vicky comes of age, she'll be next in line. I have no intention of being on the Wizengamot, and Zelda certainly doesn't plan on leaving that seat empty any time soon." We had no idea," Harry murmured. "I mean, your family tree isn't public record. We haven't been snooping," he added quickly, "just seeing what information is common knowledge." No, I understand," Mrs. Frobisher replied. "Amelia has mentioned a few things about Susan's political future." She grinned. "But the Tremblays have never really been part of the Wizengamot crowd. I was educated in Japan, where my mother's family is from. We didn't want Vicky to feel she had a reputation to uphold while she's just trying to be a teenager. No offense, of course, Amelia," she added hastily. "Oh, none taken," Amelia said, waving her off. "Sometimes I think that's the better approach. Unfortunately, the Bones family has been far too proud of themselves over the last few centuries to hide away their family tree. And of course, there's only one branch of it left now." Amelia's smile faded slightly as she glanced at her niece. "We'll keep your secret," Susan promised. "But, Vicky, if you're ever interested in taking a more active role before your aunt passes on the seat, or if you just want to meet the other heirs our age, we'd be happy to introduce you. We have a sort of study group." "I'll think about it," Vicky replied, but then her expression darkened. "Is Cormac McLaggen in it?" Harry frowned. "No? Should he be?" He was only vaguely aware of the older Gryffindor, mainly because Katie thought he was a jerk. "He's always bragging about his Uncle Tiberius like he's the Ogden heir," Vicky scowled, "as if he's special just because he has a family member on the Wizengamot." "Cormac McLaggen isn't Tiberius's heir, love," Mrs. Frobisher reassured her. Her gaze shifted to Susan as she spoke. "Aunt Zelda knows who it is, but she won't tell me. She's good friends with Tiberius, and apparently he has a few things to say about how his brother-in-law raises children," she added, sounding amused. "If I remember correctly, Tiberius had an older sister who passed the seat on to him to travel, but I don't know where she ended up. Presumably she has a child in line." "Well, that's good," Vicky said decisively. "McLaggen is the worst. He kept flirting with my roommate last year, even when she told him to bugger off. He was a 6th year." She shuddered dramatically. "And Katie told me he was talking about trying out for keeper this year." "He didn't try out last year, did he?" Harry asked, horrified at the thought of Katie having to play on the same team as someone she despised. "No," Vicky replied, shaking her head. "He was in the hospital wing. Ate something stupid on a dare, I think." "What a delightful young man," Mr. Frobisher said dryly. "Well, I wouldn't worry about it, sweetheart. I'm sure you'll beat him even if he does show up for tryouts. And on that note, I think we'd best leave your mother to talk." "Business with her clients," Vicky said, looking a bit dismayed at having to leave the table. Harry could relate, but in the end she nodded and stood up. "It was good to see you both," she said to Harry and Susan. "I'll see you at school, I suppose, if not sooner." "See you, Vicky. And don't worry, I'll talk to Ginny about putting in a good word with Colin for you," Harry teased, winking at her. Vicky huffed. "I think I'm doing just fine on my own, thanks," she replied confidently. Then she offered picture-perfect curtsies to both Sirius and Amelia, before following her dad out of the room. Once they were gone, Mrs. Frobisher sighed. "Never thought I'd be raising a Gryffindor," she muttered, shaking her head. "If it helps, Hufflepuffs aren't easy either," Amelia sympathized. Susan just smiled innocently. "Professor Sprout says I'm a delight," she insisted. "Professor Sprout doesn't know half of what you get up to at that school," Amelia shot back without hesitation. "Now, Amelia," Sirius drawled, his eyes bright, "people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones." "You know absolutely nothing, Sirius Black," Amelia retorted, narrowing her eyes at him. "And remember, I got you out of Azkaban." "For which I will always be grateful," Sirius agreed, though as soon as Amelia looked away, Harry caught his godfather winking at Susan, mouthing, "I'll tell you later." "Student hijinks aside," Mrs. Frobisher interjected pointedly, vanishing the empty dishes on the table with a wave of her wand, "we do have quite a bit to discuss. From here on, you can be assured that anything said falls under client confidentiality." "Good to know," Harry replied, clearing his throat. "So, I suppose I should start by telling you that Gringotts has magical signature evidence that Albus Dumbledore put a block on my family magic when I was a baby, and he put enough compulsions on me when I started school. I repeatedly endangered my own life without hesitation." Both women stared at him in horror. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. "You'd better start from the beginning, pup," he said. "Yeah, I think you'd better," Frobisher agreed faintly. Harry gave a grim smile. They certainly had a lot to cover. Harry's recounting of everything he knew for certain that Dumbledore had done to him took a little over half an hour. However, when it came to the things they only speculated about, it turned into a much larger conversation. "I'm worried that if we bring everything out too early, he'll just sweep it under the rug," Harry said, running a hand through his hair. "Half of Wizarding Britain is so convinced he can't do anything wrong, and they've already painted me as a lunatic half a dozen times. With even half this evidence, he'll struggle to convince everyone," Mrs. Frobisher assured him, "especially with what I've heard Amelia pulled out at Lord Black's trial." "That was brilliant," Harry agreed, grinning up at Amelia. The dark-haired witch smiled slightly. "I saw the opportunity and took it," she said modestly. "The Wizengamot has spent decades being Albus Dumbledore's personal chessboard. It's long overdue for that to change." Then she shook her head, astonished. "I had no idea he'd gone so far as to put compulsions on children." "You didn't tell us it was that bad, Harry," Susan added, biting her lip with worry. "It's fine, they're gone now, and as far as I know, he hasn't done anything like that to the other students." "Still," Mrs. Frobisher said, "we can only imagine what else he might have done that no one has discovered." "I suspect we'll never know the full extent of it," Sirius mused with a frown. "But as long as we can gather enough to break the hold he currently has, it will give the kids and their friends a chance to show us old farts how politics is really done." Mrs. Frobisher winked, prompting grins from both Harry and Susan. "I certainly think we've got enough to work with," she agreed. "I can't file anything yet regarding his comments about your connection with the Dark Lord, but you can be sure I'm keeping an eye on the paper, Harry. The moment he steps out of line, I'll file a suit on your behalf," she promised. "I can't do anything that would require me to explain what the connection is," Harry warned her, "or have it examined or anything. I know what it is," he added, noticing Amelia's mild look of alarm, "but it's not something that should be discussed, even in private. The fewer people who knew about horcruxes, the better." "I understand," Mrs. Frobisher assured him. "Don't worry, I won't let it get that far. A cease and desist to the Prophet is likely all it'll take." She pursed her lips thoughtfully. "With influential people like Albus Dumbledore, Much of the work is done behind the scenes. Just like his own methods, let people draw their own conclusions from the subtle things that happen, and you'll achieve better results than outright confrontation. From what I've heard from Vicky, you've already made significant progress. Many students of the school are beginning to think more critically of the headmaster, and that mindset is gradually spreading to their families. And with Amelia working on the ministry and the Wizengamot, dissent is certainly rising. A devious smile slowly spread across her face, the kind of look that made Harry wary after years of being around the Weasleys and the Marauders. But in this case, it was Dumbledore who was about to face Mrs. Frobisher's wrath, so Harry felt no trepidation at all. "I have something of a plan, if I may," Mrs. Frobisher asked, sharing a glance with Sirius. "The floor is yours," Harry replied, and her devious smile widened. Once they were back at Seren, Sirius slung an arm over Harry's shoulders as they walked. As they walked back to the house, Harry joked, "Remind me never to get on your bad side. Your lawyer would eat me alive." Harry laughed, a grin spreading across his face. "Keep that in mind when you're planning your summer pranks." Sirius ruffled his hair affectionately. "You did well tonight, pup," he said, stopping Harry just outside the front door. With his hands on Harry's shoulders, Harry had to tilt his head up a little to meet Sirius's gaze. The difference in their heights was far less than it had been a year ago. "You handled everything well, both during dinner and afterward. I know you were worried about it all." Harry flushed at the compliment. "You think it went okay?" He still felt uneasy about teasing Vicky about Colin in front of her parents, even though it was her mother who had brought it up first. He was so used to considering the Quidditch team practically family that Vicky had naturally slipped into that spot in his mind. "I think it went brilliantly, and as someone who has made just about every social faux pas in the book at one time or another, I'd say you navigated it well." Sirius winked, his grey eyes softening. "I can't say if Prongs would be proud. He always hated all that pure-blood Wizengamot nonsense. But, for what it's worth, you're making your old godfather very proud indeed." Harry felt a lump in his throat. Really?" Sirius's eyes twinkled as he leaned in to press a kiss to Harry's forehead. "Really. I can't claim all the credit. You practically raised yourself thanks to those bloody muggles, but I'm glad I get to be here to see the young man you're becoming." "I think you've got more responsibility for it than you think, Sirius," Harry insisted. Sirius pulled back, chuckling. "Maybe, but I have to share that credit with Moony and Severus, I suppose." He made a mock-annoyed face. "It's probably for the best we got you after your formative years were out of the way." "We'll see about that," Harry said, casting a sidelong glance at Sirius with a grin. "Once you've raised a kid or two of your own from the start, we'll see what they turn out like." He reached for the door, noticing that Sirius looked completely stunned, wide-eyed and gaping at the idea. We, Sirius stammered, and Harry couldn't help but laugh. He beckoned Sirius inside, then let his grin soften. "For what it's worth, I think you'd be great at it." He stood on his toes and planted a quick kiss on his godfather's cheek. "I'm going to tell Draco how it all went. Good night, Padfoot." With that, he skipped upstairs, leaving Sirius in the hallway to collect his thoughts after Harry's unexpected words. On the night of the first full moon of summer, Harry could hardly sit still through dinner. The moment had finally arrived. He would be able to join his godfathers on their moonlit adventures. He noticed that Draco seemed a bit jealous, though the blonde hid it well. He understood how important this was to Harry. It meant a lot to be part of this ritual that his father had helped start. Draco would get his turn eventually. Sirius and Remus were restless too. though Harry suspected their anxiety stemmed from something other than excitement. Remus, in particular, was concerned about Harry getting hurt. Even though he had run with Animagi countless times without issue, the wolfsbane potion would keep him aware and docile in the presence of humans. But they were his godfathers, and it was natural for them to worry. Harry didn't protest. They were still allowing him to join, after all. If he could prove tonight that everything would go smoothly, perhaps he could become a regular part of the full moon gatherings, at least the ones he wasn't at school for. After dinner, Remus and Snape headed upstairs. Harry was familiar enough with their pre-moon rituals to know they wouldn't resurface any time soon. Harry waited eagerly, counting down the minutes until the moon would rise. He glanced across the table at Sirius, who flashed him a small grin. "You should take a nap, pup," the dog Animagus suggested. "Save your energy for tonight." Harry scoffed, as if he could sleep with all this anticipation coursing through his veins. But then Draco's hand slipped into his, giving it a gentle squeeze. Maybe napping wouldn't be so bad with company, he thought. "You'll come get me when it's time?" he asked, looking up at Sirius. "Of course," Sirius replied with a bark of laughter. "Go on, we've a few hours yet." Still, Harry set an alarm, determined not to miss a single second of the night. With Draco's body entwined with his, and thin fingers gently carding through his hair, Harry managed to drift off for a while. His dreams were a swirl of abstract images, flashes of grass and trees, and the exhilarating feeling of being on four paws. When the beeping of his alarm jolted him awake, he realized his face was buried in the hollow of Draco's throat. He sat up, and the blonde blinked at him, still dazed from sleep. "You're off then?" Draco asked, his voice husky. Harry nodded. Be safe. Have fun. Don't die." The Gryffindor snickered, leaning down to place a chaste kiss on his boyfriend's lips. "Will you be here when I get back?" Draco smiled, his eyes already heavy with sleep. "I'm far too comfortable to move now." Harry grinned wider and waved his hand, transfiguring Draco's shirt and trousers into much more comfortable pajamas. "Thank you. Go play in the woods now," Draco said, his eyes fluttering shut again. Unable to resist, Harry kissed him one last time before shuffling off the bed and letting him sleep. In the hallway, Sirius was waiting, clearly on his way to retrieve Harry, and he beamed at his godson. "You ready, pup?" Harry matched his expression. "More than." He fell into step beside the older man, excitement bubbling within him. "You'll have to give me a proper nickname eventually, you know," Harry said, prompting Sirius to roll his eyes. "Prongs came up with all the nicknames," Sirius revealed, running a hand through his hair. "Moony and I were terrible at it. Honestly, some of the attempts we made—" He snorted, a smile crossing his face but fading a bit. Harry felt a pang in his heart. "You never told me that," he said. They had always made the nicknames sound like a group effort. "Yeah, we can give you a nickname if you really want one, but you might regret asking," Sirius teased. "Or we could take Severus's suggestion and just call you and your boy Mischief and Mayhem, since that's all you seem to cause." He winked, startling a laugh out of Harry. "I think Draco might take offense to that," Harry replied. The Slytherin often insisted that any ridiculousness was entirely Harry's doing, and he was just along for the ride. I like it, though," Harry admitted. Mischief wasn't a bad name for a fox. Sirius brightened up at that and ruffled Harry's hair. "Mischief it is, then," he declared, just as they reached the entrance hall. To Harry's surprise, Remus was already there, alone and wearing nothing but a pair of flannel pyjama bottoms, his shoulders tense. "You hear that, Moony?" Sirius grinned at his best friend. We're sticking with mischief. You can tell the old bat he's now officially contributed to the Marauder's legacy." Remus chuckled. "I'm sure he'll be thrilled," he said dryly before turning to Harry. "You're ready then? You know what to do if things don't go well." "Straight back in the house, let Padfoot deal with you," Harry recited, as if they hadn't gone over it a million times before even considering letting him join in. "It'll be fine, Remus. We'll have fun." All Remus managed was a tight half-smile. Then he sucked in a sharp breath. His eyes flashed gold. "I need to go," he declared, sharing a look with Sirius before slipping out the front door. Harry knew how this would unfold. Sirius had explained that Remus preferred to keep his transformation private, avoiding anyone witnessing it if he could help it. As children, the other Marauders had waited outside the shack for their friend, and now they would offer Remus the same courtesy by staying inside until the transformation was complete. Having witnessed the transformation as a third year, Harry understood Remus's desire for solitude during this process. So they waited, listening as human screams morphed into lupine howls. Harry's stomach churned. Usually he would be in his room by now, under a silencing charm to block out the sounds. It was agonizing to know that Remus was enduring such pain, and there was nothing any of them could do to help. Even though Remus brushed it off, insisting that it had been much worse before the wolfsbane and that he barely felt it now, Harry still felt a pang of helplessness. At last there was a scratch at the door, the signal that the transformation was complete. Sirius looked at Harry, his grey eyes bright and a challenging grin tugging at his lips. He winked, and in an instant a huge black dog stood before Harry, staring expectantly up at him. Harry didn't waste time. With a twist of his magic, he too was on 4 paws, his senses shifting in a way he was becoming increasingly familiar with. Instantly, he could smell the wolf on the other side of the door. Remus's usual scent still lingered, but it was now overpowered by the predator within him, brought to the surface by the light of the moon. Sirius nudged the house wards and opened the door. For the second time in his life, Harry stood face to face with a fully transformed werewolf. But this time, he felt no fear. He knew Remus was in control. He knew the wolf would not see the fox as a threat. He bounded out past Padfoot, his paws hitting the still warm grass as he approached the wolf. Remus had told Harry exactly what to do. He needed to let Moony get his scent and get used to him before they could play. As Harry sat there, the wolf seemed even bigger, and he felt small in comparison. The fox remained patient, eyes keen and ready to sprint if the wolf didn't like what it saw. Suddenly, a large muzzle bumped against the side of his jaw, hot breath tickling his fur, as Moony inspected him from tip to tail, circling him with wary golden eyes. Mischief didn't flinch. A few feet away, Padfoot watched the whole exchange, prepared to intervene if necessary. Moony took a step back, then huffed, nudging Mischief with his massive head, a distinctly playful gesture. The fox grinned and took off. In the back of his mind, Harry's human self was practically shouting with glee at the thought of running with the wolf and the dog, all 3 of them heading for the woods. He darted between the larger bodies, yipping excitedly as Padfoot chased after him, and Moony followed closely behind. He and Padfoot had run together before, but this was something entirely different. Nothing so freeing, so exuberant. It was the 3 of them giving in to their animal instincts, allowing Moony to truly be himself under the light of the moon. As he ducked and dodged between trees, following intriguing scent trails and jumping on his 2 companions, Harry wistfully imagined a future where a shadow hovered overhead, a whisper of white feathers trailing them from above. Perhaps even 2 shadows. Maybe Snape could be persuaded to make the transformation, and he wouldn't be the only avian among them. Draco would surely enjoy flying with his godfather. They eventually found themselves in a clearing, a place the two canines clearly recognized. The area was layered with the sense of both of them from many months past, with other animals steering clear of a spot claimed so boldly by these predators. Moony and Padfoot began to wrestle playfully, and Mischief didn't hesitate to join in. Taking advantage of his smaller size, Mischief darted into the mix, living up to his nickname as he tripped up the pair. At one point, he even clambered on top of the werewolf, eliciting a bark of amusement from Padfoot. Harry's heart raced with joy as the three of them gradually slowed their play, settling in for the night. Padfoot trotted over, playfully swiping his tongue across Mischief's head, earning a disgruntled look in return. Harry wasn't sure how much time had passed. The moon still hung bright in the sky. But one thing was clear: he would happily do this every full moon, for as long as he could. Sirius had tried to explain what it felt like when Harry first expressed interest in joining them on these moonlit nights. He insisted it was something that couldn't truly be described, that the feeling of being part of a pack was unlike anything else in the world. Now, Harry finally understood. There were no human emotions he could attach to this experience that would do it justice. As he curled up between the dog and the wolf, his fluffy tail tucked close to his body, he noticed the two of them sharing a heavy gaze. Then Moony tipped his head to the sky and howled, a howl of welcome for their newest pack member and a howl of mourning for the one they had lost. The one who should have been there, antlers raised proudly at the introduction of his pup to the fold. As he lifted his gaze, Mischief caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of his eye. It was probably just his imagination, but for a moment he thought he saw the shadowy outline of a stag lurking in the trees, watching them. He blinked, and the shadow vanished. The human soul ached within the fox's heart, and Mischief turned back to his godfathers, who were also gazing at the trees. Maybe he hadn't imagined the stag after all. A full moon held a magic of its own, everyone knew that. Perhaps that magic was enough to bring the echo of prongs to life, just for a moment. For a brief moment he offered his blessing to his old pack and to his son's new animal form. It brought a sense of peace to Harry, easing an ache he hadn't even known he still carried. He felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Sirius and Remus for so many reasons, but for this profound connection to his father that reached deep into his soul, Harry knew he could never thank them enough. Chapter 80. Sirius woke up feeling cold. It happened sometimes. Charlie had been told countless times that he was obnoxiously warm to sleep next to, but Sirius had never complained about it. On mornings like this one, Charlie often found himself with the dark-haired wizard wrapped around him like an octopus, plastered to his chest as if trying to absorb every scrap of warmth from his body. When Charlie felt the tiny shivers racking Sirius's frame, he knew it was going to be a rough day. Still, he did what he always did on cold mornings. He rolled them over until Sirius was securely cocooned beneath his broad form and pulled the duvet up to their necks, wrapping it around both of them. Never mind that it was summer and already sweltering in their room. He noticed the slightest relaxation in Sirius's shoulders, and Charlie's heart clenched. Leaning down, he pressed the gentlest of kisses to Sirius's temple. "Good morning, sweetheart," he whispered, careful not to let his full weight rest on him. He didn't want to go from cuddling to crushing. Sirius liked being weighed down, but when he was mentally trapped in Azkaban, Charlie always worried he might smother him. He waited, occasionally dropping another kiss on his partner's face. Little by little, Sirius stopped shivering. Finally, the ex-convict let out a long breath. "Fuck," he muttered, and Charlie hummed softly against his cheek. "Want to have breakfast in bed this morning?" he asked, sensing Sirius wavering. "It's a Saturday. We've nowhere to be." More than once, Sirius had tried to hide his own depression while Charlie got ready for work, not wanting to feel like he was obligated to stay home and care for him. As if caring for him could ever be an obligation. Charlie hated the demons that plagued his boyfriend's mind, the way they made him despise himself. Damn Azkaban. But luckily, Sirius was okay with falling apart on days like this. A hand from Charlie, and soon they were basking in its warmth. He settled down on a blanket, pulling Sirius close beside him. Kerry had prepared a lovely lap tray filled with breakfast, and as she quietly entered the room, Charlie gave her a small nod. It was as if she had been waiting for that signal. She floated the tray over to them, and Charlie maneuvered both of them into a comfortable sitting position, ensuring that Sirius remained tucked securely against his side. "Thank you," he said with a grateful smile as he accepted the tray from Kerry. She bobbed her head in acknowledgement before clicking her fingers, causing the fire in the grate to spring to life. Sirius had chosen this bedroom for a reason. It was warm enough, but Charlie could feel the tension in his partner's body. It was clear that the warmth wasn't reaching him. Yet there was a flicker of interest in Sirius's eyes as he looked at the food Kerry had brought. With a little encouragement, he started to eat. "Was it your dreams or just one of those days?" Charlie asked gently. Sirius shrugged. "Dreams, I think. Dunno, just cold. Empty." Charlie's heart tightened at the unspoken meaning behind those words. It wasn't just the temperature he was referring to, it was something deeper. "It's going to be gorgeous out today. We could read outside for a while by the fire pit." Sirius rasped in protest. "I promised the boys I'd help them with apparition training today." "Let Mooney do it," Charlie urged. "You know his only plans for the day were sitting in Snape's lab and trying to flirt him into messing up a potion." That earned a tiny huff of laughter from Sirius, and Charlie felt a swell of pride in his chest. Small steps. They lingered in their cozy room until Charlie was sure the sun would be up. Then they slowly got dressed. Charlie pulled on soft, well-worn jeans, a long-sleeved t-shirt, and his old Gryffindor Quidditch hoodie that Sirius had claimed when they moved in together. Comfortable clothes that wouldn't remind him of Azkaban. Once outside, the warmth of the day enveloped them, but stepping out of their room had Sirius shivering again. Charlie waved his hand, and the fire in the fire pit quickly built up, sending flickers of warmth into the air. Charlie waved his wand, and with a flick, one of the benches transformed into a cozy divan, just wide enough for both of them. He laid down and pulled Sirius to lie between his legs, resting his head on Charlie's chest. A thin sheen of sweat had already formed on Charlie's skin, while Sirius's hands felt like ice. Sirius turned his face up to the sun, wearing the most genuine smile Charlie had seen from him all day. Charlie gently stroked his hand down Sirius's side, sliding it beneath the hoodie and shirt to touch his bare skin. Physical contact helped. Often Sirius found himself torn between bundling up in layers to fend off the cold, or going completely bare to feel as much skin against him as possible. But Charlie's hands on his stomach seemed to be enough. Inch by inch, he relaxed into the embrace. When Charlie finally felt Sirius loosen fully against him, drifting into a light doze, a spark of relief and triumph tingled within him. It had been the worst day Sirius had experienced since they got together, and for a moment, Charlie had worried he wouldn't be able to pull him out of it. Warmth, sunlight, and human contact. 3 things Sirius had been denied in Azkaban. With that combination and a little patience, Charlie believed he could guide Sirius back from even the darkest corners of his mind. Charlie glanced up at the sky, a small smile playing on his lips as he silently thanked the weather for cooperating. He wasn't sure what he would have done if it had been raining. They remained there for hours, with Sirius occasionally waking up with a start, but Charlie soothed him back to sleep each time. At one point, Charlie summoned the book he had been reading about the migration habits of various European dragon breeds, propping it up on a conjured bookstand. He began to read while Sirius stared up at the cloudless sky with a chilling, vacant gaze. Kerry eventually brought lunch out to them, ripe, juicy berries and toasted sandwiches cut into halves. Charlie offered Sirius bite-sized squares, each one bursting with flavor, just another way to help distance him from the prison in his mind. Sirius remained silent, but Charlie hadn't expected him to speak. Later, as they returned to their reading and staring, respectively, Harry appeared from the direction of the house. He approached cautiously, and Charlie gave what he hoped was a reassuring smile. Harry's sympathetic gaze flickered down to his godfather, who showed no reaction to his presence. "Draco and I were thinking about swimming for a bit," Harry began, "but Mooney said we should check with you first. Don't want to disturb." "We're fine," Charlie assured him, running a hand through Sirius's hair. "Just relaxing out in the sun. A bit of laughter in the background won't harm anyone." "Just don't drown," he teased. Harry brightened up at that. Cautiously he stepped closer and leaned in to hug Sirius around the shoulders. "Love you, Padfoot." Sirius reflexively hugged him back. "Love you too, kid. Have fun swimming." Inside, Charlie cheered at the moment, knowing it meant Sirius was present enough to engage in the conversation. Finally, the shadows were lifting, albeit slowly. As the sun began to set and a slight chill picked up in the breeze, the 2 of them headed inside, back to their bedroom. The fire still crackled, making the room swelteringly hot, and Sirius sprawled on the bed with a heavy sigh. Charlie settled in beside him, maintaining contact but not pressing too close. He didn't want to overwhelm Sirius if he was ready to come out of his own head. Gently, he ran his fingers through Sirius's long hair, his blunt nails scratching across the man's scalp in a way that coaxed a faint smile from him. At last, Sirius rolled over, making eye contact. For the first time all day, there were no shadows in those stormy grey eyes. "Hey," Charlie smiled. "Hey, you." "I'm sorry." That made Charlie frown. "What? What for?" Sirius scoffed, gesturing to the room around them. "This, making you baby me all day, dealing with my messed-up head." "Okay, first of all, you didn't make me do anything," Charlie pointed out. "Second, as far as I'm concerned, I've had an excellent, lazy Saturday, reading a book in the sunshine, all cuddled up with my gorgeous partner. Pretty sure that's the definition of bliss in some circles." Sirius narrowed his eyes at him. "With the fire roaring on a 28-degree day?" A flicker of a smirk crossed Charlie's face. "I play with dragons, sweetheart. A little heat never bothered me much." Indeed, Sirius on a cold day was very much like dealing with dragons. No sudden movements, no expectations, just warmth and steady companionship until they came to you. "Still," Sirius muttered, frowning, "I shouldn't be having days like this. I've been out for 3 years." "And you were in for 12, Charlie reminded him, shuddering at the thought of 12 years surrounded by dementors. "Don't beat yourself up, love. Sometimes there are days when your brain just doesn't cooperate. It's not your fault." He wriggled closer, watching for any sign that he might not be welcome, but Sirius melted into him without hesitation. Charlie kissed him, long and languid. "You shouldn't have to take care of me all the time," Sirius sighed against his lips, and Charlie's heart ached for him. "I'm going to spend my whole life convincing you that spending time with you is never an obligation," Charlie decided, "even on your bad days. Taking care of each other is what couples do." He grinned playfully. "Wait until I get burned from shoulder to knee by some dragon, and I'm asking you to put ointment on my backside 3 times a day." Sirius snorted. "I still feel like I'm wasting your time," he said, his voice tinged with heartache. Charlie kissed him again. "I'm exactly where I want to be, sweetheart." It might not have been what he expected for his life back when he was 18, but he couldn't imagine being happier with anyone than he was with Sirius. "Now, how about we round off this day with a long, hot bath?" He let his grin turn sultry, his blue eyes dancing. "A little bit of warm, wet and naked sounds like a perfect evening to me. Maybe we can explore some other definitions of bliss," he added with a wink, hoping he wasn't pushing too far. Sirius's eyes lit up, and he arched against Charlie's side. "Perfect," he agreed, his hand coming up to cradle Charlie's jaw, pulling him down into a kiss. So incredibly perfect. It was, Charlie thought. It really, really was. Draco's shoulders ached, but his jaw was clenched indignantly as he dragged himself off the floor. Severus had beaten him again. "Better," his godfather said curtly, and Draco glared at him. "I barely lasted 2 minutes." "When Harry started, he lasted half that time," Severus shot back. That didn't make Draco feel any better. "When Harry started, he was 13, he grumbled. "He should be better than this. He should be able to hold his own in a fight against a Death Eater. If even Longbottom could do it." No, that wasn't fair. Neville had improved enormously since getting a new wand, and the Death Eaters they faced at the Ministry likely weren't as exacting and punishing as Severus Snape in training mode. But still, Draco should be doing better. "Take a break," Severus instructed. "I need to put Harry through his paces." Across the room, Harry groaned, but Draco could see the light dancing in his boyfriend's eyes. He enjoyed this, the weirdo. He loved getting to duel, even if Severus still handed him his ass 9 times out of 10. Draco found himself struggling during training, especially when he was up against someone like Harry. Years ago, he might have succumbed to unbearable jealousy. Harry exuded power, confidence radiating from him as he moved with agility and creativity, even in moments of panic. But now, Draco couldn't allow himself to feel that way, not when he understood the origins of those instincts. Still, it was frustrating. He had joined Harry's training with the intention of protecting his boyfriend, yet he felt like he was only holding him back. Knowing how intense the duels between his godfather and Harry could become, Draco decided to step out into the corridor for a moment. To his surprise, he saw his mother walking by. She glanced at him and frowned. "What's the matter, darling?" she asked. "I'm fine," he replied, immediately regretting how petulant he sounded. His shoulders slumped. "It's nothing. I'm just not picking it up as quickly as I thought I would." "You've only been here a fortnight," Narcissa reminded him gently. "It takes time, dragon. Especially with Severus. He'll push you to your limits." "That's the problem," Draco muttered. "My limits are lower than they should be." "Only compared to Harry. Any other person your age wouldn't last 10 seconds against Severus Snape. Honestly, I barely last a minute against him when he's truly trying," she said, moving closer to pat him on the cheek. "You know he's proud of you, and you are improving." It's not about making him proud of me, Draco snapped. He couldn't deny that seeking his godfather's approval had been a significant part of his life, especially since it felt so meaningful coming from Severus. But that wasn't what troubled him now. I need to be better at this, for Harry, he insisted. If I'm going to fight by his side, I need to be able to stay by his side. Draco felt like he would be cut down within the first 5 minutes of any real battle. That was no use to anyone, least of all his boyfriend, who was training to face the Dark Lord. He hated the way his mother's face softened into what looked an awful lot like pity. "Oh, darling," she sighed. "Harry Potter is both a law and a standard unto himself." Her voice held a fondness that made Draco's lips twitch reluctantly. Truer words had never been spoken. "I have every confidence that, when the time comes, you will protect each other. You think I would be half as willing to let you throw yourself into battle if I didn't believe he'd keep you alive through it." "He shouldn't have to, though. He's got enough to worry about as it is." Anger flared deep within Draco's chest. What if he's so busy protecting me that he doesn't look after himself? He had nightmares about it, the two of them in battle, Harry turning to block a spell aimed at Draco, only to take a killing curse straight to the back. "You'd never let harm come to him," his mother reassured him. Draco wished he could share her confidence. He let out a frustrated sigh, running a hand through his hair. I can't fail him," he whispered, his voice cracking. "Malfoys don't fail." "But Blacks do," she replied. Draco blinked, staring at his mother incredulously. "Blacks fail all the time. We're rather good at it, actually." Her lips curved into a wry smile. "But we get back up, learn from our mistakes, and become better." When her grey eyes met his, they were intent and challenging. "We make it so that we do not fail when it matters." Both her hands rested firmly on his shoulders. "You will not fail, Harry, when it matters. Trust me on that." She patted his cheek gently. "You have far too much love for the boy to do that. So get back in there, face your challenges. Your godfather, and you may fail 1,000 times with your wand now, but that will prepare you not to fail when it really matters later." Draco swallowed hard. What if it's still not enough? The fear of not being able to keep Harry safe gnawed at him. "Then that is simply how the world must be," Narcissa replied firmly. "We cannot control everything, my darling. We can only control ourselves, and you certainly can't control Harry Potter." She smirked at him. "Your father only taught you that Malfoys don't fail, because he never dared to try anything he couldn't succeed at immediately. You're a Black, darling. You're better than that." She kissed him on the cheek and stepped back. "Do you see now?" After a brief pause, Draco nodded. "I do, thank you." His mother smiled, nudging him toward the door as she continued on her way. With determination igniting in his blood, Draco reached for the handle. He would be better. Longbottom Manor was enormous. Ginny's hands clenched anxiously around the handles of her bag as she stood in the elaborate entrance hall, gazing at the grand curving staircase before her. "Ginny, you made it!" She turned, unable to suppress the smile that lit up her face at the sight of her boyfriend. He looked a bit windswept, a faint smudge of dirt on his cheek. He'd probably been tending to his plants again. "Sorry, I lost track of time," he admitted sheepishly, leaning down to kiss her. Ginny relaxed into the kiss, then suddenly pulled back, her expression turning serious. "Where's your Gran?" she asked, her eyes darting around as if expecting the woman to appear at any moment, vulture hat and all. Neville chuckled. "She's off playing cards with your Aunt Muriel," he explained. She'll be back for dinner, don't worry. Oh. He glanced down, spotting something. Posy! A house elf appeared out of nowhere, wearing a lovely pale blue dress. Posy, this is... Ginny, would you take her bag to her room for me, please? Of course, Master Neville, the elf chirped happily. Ginny awkwardly set the bag down for the elf to take. She'd never visited anyone with a house elf before, and sometimes forgot just how much old money Neville came from. The elf vanished with her bag, and Neville beamed at her, holding out his hand. Come on, I'll show you around. It was just Neville, she reminded herself, even as he led her through a house that was bigger and grander than anything she had ever seen. Just Neville, her shy, sweet, slightly clumsy but utterly endearing boyfriend. So what if his family was rich? She was best friends with Harry Potter. She should be used to it by now. I thought Susan and her aunt were staying here too, she asked curiously, as Neville guided her down a corridor lined with guest bedrooms. They hadn't seen a single soul yet. Oh, they are. Amelia's at work and Susan is around somewhere. Neville's face turned mischievous. Theo's visiting today. Ginny smirked. Oh. They probably wouldn't see either of them until dinner then. They climbed one more flight of stairs to a beautifully decorated drawing room, and Neville shrugged. Honestly, that's about everything interesting inside. Do you want to see the gardens? I can show you my greenhouses. His face lit up with such earnest excitement that Ginny swallowed the teasing remark she had been about to make about seeing his bedroom. I'd love to. They stepped outside, and finally Ginny's nerves began to fade. This was the Neville she knew, the boy she had fallen for. He chatted a mile a minute about plants, delight shining in his eyes as he led her into one of the greenhouses, which was clearly under some hefty expansion charms, stretching on seemingly forever. I've got some cobra lilies growing over there, he told her, gesturing broadly, and the other week I managed to find some wild dead nettle seeds. I've never worked with them before, they're quite rare, so I'm not entirely sure if they'll thrive in this section. The books mentioned they prefer drier climates, so if it doesn't work out, I'll just move them further along and... Ginny kissed him, cutting him off mid-sentence. After a moment of surprise, he kissed her back, his hand coming up to cup her cheek. A warm sensation flooded Ginny's body as it finally sank in. She was staying at her boyfriend's house for an entire week. She had Neville to herself, mostly, for 7 full days. When they broke the kiss, her arms were around his neck. His hazel eyes sparkled, and his cheeks were a little flushed. What was that for? He asked, smiling. Just happy to see you, that's all, Ginny replied, grinning back at him. His smile widened as he tucked a lock of her bright red hair behind her ear. I'm happy to see you too. He kissed her again, more gently this time. I'm really glad your parents agreed to let you come stay. I'm pretty sure Mum was worried I might murder Ron and Hermione if I didn't get a break, Ginny joked, making Neville snicker. Hermione had only been at the Burrow for about a week, but already the pair was driving Ginny crazy. Between their awkward, not flirting, intense bickering, and Hermione's determination to be friends with Ginny again, an apparent attempt to get back in Harry's good graces, Ginny would have run away to Longbottom Manor even if her parents had said no. Well, while I can't officially condone murder, I'll encourage anything that lets me see you more, Neville said. It could have been a joke, but the fondness in his voice made Ginny's breath catch. There's not much to do here, honestly. We have space for Quidditch, but neither Susan nor I fly. I'll try not to make you spend all week just in the greenhouse, Ginny said. I don't mind, she insisted. Although she wasn't the best at herbology, often getting confused with the specific needs and variations of magical plants, she had been helping her mum with the family vegetable garden since Charlie started Hogwarts. The two of them were the only Weasley siblings with enough patience for it. Percy had patience too, but he got upset when wet dirt touched his skin. "Still, I don't want to bore you," Neville replied. "It's not boring," Ginny smiled at him. "I like watching you with your plants. They make you happy. Besides," she added, her gaze dancing with mischief, "it's sexy when you get all knowledgeable and competent like that." Her hand rested lightly on his chest, and she felt his pulse quicken as he blushed. "Oh," his smile turned a little goofy. Really?" "Very sexy," Ginny confirmed, stepping in closer. "Not that I came here to spend a week perving on you while you garden or anything, but you know, if the opportunity's there." She winked, giggling as he blushed even brighter. Merlin, it was fun to rile him up. "I wouldn't mind," he said, stuttering slightly. If you did want to perv on me, I mean." It wasn't the smoothest of lines, but Ginny appreciated it. Neville was still pretty new to flirting, bless him. Like with most things, he lost his nerve as soon as he started overthinking it. He could be incredibly smooth when he wasn't even trying, sometimes knocking the breath right out of Ginny with his words. But right now, even with his fumbling attempt, she could feel her blood rushing. It hit her then that they were entirely alone in the greenhouses. The only other two people in the house were occupied with each other, and the adult supervision wouldn't be back for hours. Even at Hogwarts, sneaking around in alcoves and abandoned classrooms, they were never truly that alone. A thrill ran down her spine. Ginny's hand trailed down Neville's chest, her voice light as she teased. "Seems a bit unfair if I'm the one doing all the perving, and it would be a shame to waste time just looking." She let her fingers slip beneath the hem of his t-shirt, gliding up the curve of his stomach, causing him to suck in a sharp breath. They hadn't gone very far in the few weeks they'd been together at Hogwarts. Between exams and everything else, there hadn't been much time for anything more. Neville had never so much as kissed a girl before her, and he was nervous, tentative, and so very proper. It had taken a week for her to get him to stop asking for permission every time he kissed her. But those moments when he slipped a hand beneath her school shirt or trailed kisses down her neck lit her up in a way that anything she'd experienced with Michael never had. "Is there a bench here or something?" she asked, suddenly feeling a little weak in the knees. Neville's large hand settled on the curve of her waist, guiding her over to a simple wooden bench nearby. He sat down and Ginny took a seat beside him, their legs pressed close together as sparks pulsed deep in her belly. She eagerly returned to kissing him, her hands sneaking under his shirt once more to slide up his broad back. Neville was one of those kids who seemed to have puberty hit him like the Hogwarts Express. He had come a long way from the round-faced, slightly buck-toothed boy she remembered from her earlier years at Hogwarts. Even in the few weeks since she'd last seen him, he had grown an inch or so and lost more of the baby fat from his cheeks. His time working with plants had built some muscle across his shoulders, aided by his work with the Herbology Association in the past year. While there was still more softness to his body than he was comfortable with, around his waist, thighs and chest, Ginny found that she liked it. She knew she would like it even more if she could just get him to be a bit braver. Neville felt a surge of courage as he finally took off his shirt in front of Ginny. He was transforming into a handsome young man, and Ginny couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy at the thought of all the attention he would attract once they returned to Hogwarts. Yet, beneath that exterior, he remained the shy, earnest and somewhat clumsy boy who had been so sweet to her at the Yule Ball. someone who had stolen her heart without either of them even realizing it. Slowly and tentatively, Neville's hand moved from her waist down to her knee. Ginny's breath hitched, and he froze. "No, keep going," she urged, her lips brushing against his jaw. His hand continued its journey, sliding under the hem of her skirt, his strong fingers wrapping gently around her thigh. The sensation shot through her like lightning, and Ginny couldn't help but hum in encouragement, gripping his shoulder beneath his shirt. "You can keep going," she breathed, pulling back slightly to meet his wide-eyed gaze. Out here? Are you sure?" he stammered. "Who's going to find us?" Ginny pointed out, her voice growing husky with desire. Okay," he replied, uncertainty still lacing his words. "Only if you want to," she reassured him. She didn't want to push him or make him uncomfortable, but Merlin, if she didn't get some kind of touch soon, she felt like she might explode. "I didn't actually mean to jump you as soon as I got here," she added sheepishly. Neville let out a soft laugh, his eyes darkening with longing. "If you hadn't, I would have," he said boldly. "Merlin, Ginny, can I—" He didn't finish his sentence, but before she knew it, Ginny found herself lifted onto his lap, straddling him with her knees on the bench. A gasp escaped her lips at the sudden move, the bulge in his trousers pressed right against her damp underwear. "Fuck," she breathed, her eyes fluttering shut. "Good?" he asked, his voice thick with anticipation. "So good," she replied, rocking against him, and they both moaned in unison. "Oh, God," Neville yelped softly, his hands gripping the fabric of her skirt tightly. "Skirt," she whispered. "I want—" "Yes." Whatever it was, Ginny wanted it too. One of her hands cupped the back of his head, and as his tongue curled around hers, his fingers moved back to her thigh, finally inching higher. "Tell me if— I don't want to hurt you," he breathed, but Ginny could hardly comprehend the words as his fingers slipped beneath her underwear, brushing against her most sensitive areas and sinking into the wetness he found there. She gasped in pleasure, pressing down into his touch. Oh, Nev, a little higher, yes, there." His touch was tentative at first, but her words seemed to encourage him. He took direction like a champ, his fingers eliciting waves of pleasure from her, adjusting speed and angle as she guided him along the way. Ginny tried to reciprocate, her hand moving towards the hardness in his jeans, but he gently batted it away. "Let me focus on you," he said breathlessly, and how could she say no to that? Her orgasm hit hard, harder than she'd ever experienced before, a loud moan escaping her lips as pleasure surged white-hot through her body. Neville froze, holding her close through the intensity, and when she slumped against him, he let out a long, ragged breath. "Merlin," he murmured, awe evident in his voice, as he slid his fingers out of her, his hand resting on her thigh once more. Did I do it right?" A tiny giggle bubbled from Ginny's lips, and she pulled him down into a deep, messy kiss. "You did it very, very right," she assured him, still riding the high of her orgasm. "Wow, I wasn't expecting that." She had thought it would take all week to persuade Neville to touch her like that. Me neither," Neville laughed quietly, looking amazed at himself. "I've been thinking about that for ages." "Me too." But good Godric, that had been better than her imagination. She could hardly fathom how good it might be with a bit of practice. Once they really got to know each other, Ginny blurted, I'm on the potion," and immediately felt her cheeks flush as red as her hair. Great, now she sounded like a sex fiend. Not that I'm expecting anything. We don't have to, do anything. Fred brews it for Angelina, and he started doing a double batch last year for me, too." She realized where that was leading and quickly changed the subject, not wanting to mention her ex-boyfriend, especially now that she finally had Neville in her arms. "But he taught me how to brew it, so there's no pressure for this week or anything. I honestly wasn't expecting." He cut her off with a kiss. When he pulled back, he was smiling. "You ramble worse than I do sometimes," he teased playfully. I know what you mean. There's no rush. We'll just go at our own pace and do what feels right. But it's good to know that if things do get there, we're prepared. For whenever we want to take that step." "Right." Ginny was relieved he didn't take it the wrong way. She hadn't meant it like that, not really. But Fred had made sure to explain the risks when she started seeing Michael, emphasizing that it was better to be safe than sorry, even if they thought they were being careful. So even though she and Michael had never actually had sex, she had gotten into the habit of taking the potion every month, just in case. As she shifted a little in his lap, he let out a choked gasp when she brushed against his still hard length. A pulse of renewed interest sparked within her, surprising her with its intensity. She hadn't expected to feel ready again so soon. But it was Neville, and she realized she would never get enough of him. With all her Gryffindor courage, she kissed him hard, leaving him dazed. "It's my turn now," she whispered, tracing the line of his jaw with her tongue and planting a soft kiss against his throat. "Let me show you what else I've been thinking about," she said, sliding gracefully from his lap. Her body was alive with arousal as she sank down onto her knees on the paving stones. Neville's spine went rigid, and she noticed him twitch in his trousers. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice a mixture of excitement and hesitation. She grinned, carefully unzipping his fly. "I want to," she insisted, adjusting his underwear to reveal him, while her other hand moved beneath her own skirt, where the aftershocks were turning just the right side of pleasurable. Leaning forward, she took him in her mouth, her hands stroking herself as his hips bucked tightly. They had a whole week together, Ginny thought. There was no need to rush. But that didn't mean they couldn't start out strong. Cassius loved the mornings when Ollie didn't have early Quidditch practice, mostly because his boyfriend would wake up early anyway, and they could enjoy slow, lazy moments together, their bodies still warm and relaxed from sleep. It was even better on weekends, when Cassius didn't have to go to work. Those days felt like a dream, fulfilling every fantasy he had dared to imagine during his time at Hogwarts. Him and Oliver living together, free from school, spending their days making love, laughing and bickering over whose turn it was to do the dishes. They would read together on the sofa, enjoying 100 little domestic moments that Cassius never thought he would truly have. But he did. He owned this flat, and Oliver was here. Even though it was a secret from his family and almost everyone else in his life, it was more than he had ever hoped for. Oliver's hand trailed down to Cassius's backside, still a little sticky with lube, both of them too sated and lazy to bother with a cleaning charm. "Good morning, gorgeous," he drawled, his thick Scottish burr rumbling in his chest. "It's going to be a good day," Oliver continued. "Is it now?" Cassius asked, rolling over to look up at him. "Partner," Oliver said, raising one dark eyebrow. "What makes you say that?" "Well, it started fabulously," he reasoned in a husky whisper, his sea-green eyes darkening. "And I'm in the mood to cook a proper breakfast. Then I thought we could go back to bed." Interesting suggestion," Cassius murmured, tingles running down his spine as Oliver leaned over him, those broad shoulders blocking out the light from the window above. "I could be persuaded, I suppose." He arched up, playfully biting one of Ollie's nipples, eliciting a gasp that quickly turned into a moan as Cassius's tongue soothed the sensitive flesh. Cass, Ollie groaned. Food first, then more sex. Cassius gave an exaggerated huff, but lay back against the pillows, letting Oliver sit up properly. "By all means, go start cooking," he insisted lazily. He drew one leg up, setting his foot flat on the mattress, giving Oliver a perfect view as he reached down to stroke himself. "I'll be here, entertaining myself." "Fucking insatiable," Oliver growled, his eyes lighting up as he crowded Cassius against the bed, pinning him down. Cassius smirked in triumph, leaning up to nip at his lover's pouting lip. Suddenly, a hand pounded on the door, and both of them froze. Cassius's arousal vanished, replaced by overwhelming fear. Who would be knocking for them so early in the morning? More specifically, who would be knocking for him? Only a handful of people even knew Oliver lived there. "Fuck," he whispered urgently, scrambling to his feet and almost knocking Ollie off the bed in the process. "Hide!" As he quickly gathered some clothes, he scanned the flat, frantically searching for anything that might give them away. There were some Quidditch pads in the corner. He could claim those were his. His uncle wouldn't know the difference. And a book on the coffee table about Puddlemere. Cassius spotted a pair of jeans on the floor that were definitely too big for him. In a hurry, he kicked them under the bed and slipped on a t-shirt and some trousers. When he turned around, he realized Oliver was under a disillusionment charm, completely invisible. Cassius hoped Oliver had found a good hiding spot. After all, it was a studio flat, and there weren't many places to conceal oneself if things turned chaotic. The knock on the door came again, urgent and insistent. Cassius rushed to answer it. It wasn't his uncle. "Hi, Cassius Warrington?" He nodded, still a bit dazed, and took in the sight of the purple-haired Aura standing on his doorstep. "Right. I'm Aura Tonks." A wave of tension washed over him as he wondered what kind of trouble he might be in. "I'm a friend of Harry's." That caught him off guard. He blinked, pushing aside his panic to really look at her. She didn't seem like she was ready for a fight. In fact, she wore the kind of expression that suggested she was about to deliver bad news, much like the face his brother had worn when he told Cassius their parents were gone. Dread settled in his stomach like a heavy stone. "Oh, do you want to come in?" The Aura nodded, and he stepped back to let her enter the flat. Is something wrong with Harry?" Fear gripped him again. Had that reckless Gryffindor gotten himself into trouble? He shouldn't have, especially with Draco around to keep him in check. But even Cassius knew Harry could be a handful when he felt compelled to act. "Oh no, Harry's fine," Tonks assured him quickly, offering a hesitant smile. "I'm here about something else. Do you want to sit down?" "I'd rather stand, actually." Cassius crossed his arms over his chest, his right hand instinctively ready to draw his wand. He had no idea what this was about. She didn't seem like a threat, but he couldn't shake the feeling that she might be lying about knowing Harry. Then again, how would she know to say that unless she really did? "It's about your family," Tonks began. Cassius tensed, his shoulders tightening. Had he been accused of something? "There was a Death Eater raid on a couple of Muggle-born families last night. There's no easy way to say this, Mr. Warrington. Thaddeus and Corvus Warrington have been arrested as Death Eaters, and Titus Yaxley was killed in the fight." Cassius stared, feeling as if he were underwater. The Aura's words echoed in his mind, distorted and surreal. His uncle and cousin had been arrested. His other cousin was dead. "Oh," he said lamely, struggling to find more words. How was he supposed to react? Should he feel sad, angry? All he felt was hollow. "I know this is a bit of a shock, Mr. Warrington." Cassius snorted. "Hardly," he muttered, bitterness lacing his tone. "I always told them they'd end up in Azkaban one of these days." He had said it jokingly before, but deep down he had meant it, hoping they would get caught so he could be free. It seemed that day had finally arrived. What on earth was he supposed to do now? "It's expected that both your uncle and cousin will serve life in Azkaban for their crimes," Aura Tonks explained, her tone steady and professional, though her grey eyes held sympathy. Cassius remembered her now. She was the daughter of the disowned Black sister, recently reinstated, if he recalled correctly. She must be a friend of Harry's. "Do I need to do anything? Testify or claim the body?" His voice cracked slightly. Tonks shook her head. "No, Mr. Yaxley's father is being notified as we speak, and we expect him to handle those affairs. And testimony isn't needed, not after what they were caught doing." A look of disgust crossed the Aura's face, and Cassius grimaced. He didn't want to know. "I'm just here to inform you. Your lord, according to our records, Warrington's heir. Minister Scrimgeour wants a quick trial. I'm afraid there won't be time for you to see your uncle or cousin before they're sentenced and transferred. It'll all be done by Monday." Tonks's gaze sharpened. "So if there's any family business you need to attend to, once that happens—" She trailed off, and Cassius felt a tightness in his chest. Family business. Heir. Once his uncle was sentenced, he could become Lord Warrington. "I thank you, Aura Tonks, for letting me know." He cleared his throat, trying to regain some composure as a swell of emotions clawed its way up his chest. "I don't want to see them, or give them a message, or anything." He could tell them to rot in hell, but that hardly seemed polite to pass through a member of law enforcement. "Good to know." Tonks nodded decisively. "I'll leave you to your weekend then, Mr. Warrington. I'm sorry for disturbing you." She moved toward the door, but paused at the threshold, concern softening her expression. You should contact someone, if you can, and stay safe." She frowned slightly. "You know who won't like losing that kind of power. Be careful. You know where you can go if you need help." Cassius gave a jerky nod. "Harry has it covered." He didn't care if he was revealing too much. This Aura was practically Harry's cousin, and she certainly didn't seem surprised to hear it. "Good," she nodded again. "I'll see myself out." As she left, the door clicked shut behind her, and a flicker of magic signalled Oliver's arrival at Cassius's side, his expression wary. "Cass, love," he said tentatively, placing a hand on Cassius's back. "Are you okay?" Cassius sucked in a deep breath, and then another and another. He shook his head, struggling to find the words. Cassius lifted his head, and suddenly laughter bubbled up from within him. He was laughing and crying all at once, and then he found himself enveloped in Oliver's strong, comforting arms, cradled against his broad chest. Cassius wept. He wasn't entirely sure why. He didn't mourn Titus's death, nor did he feel sorrow for his uncle and Corvus. In his mind, they had received everything they deserved and more. These weren't tears of sadness, they were tears of relief. Once they were sentenced, that would be it. All political standing, all titles and privileges, everything would be stripped away, including Uncle Thaddeus's position as Lord Warrington. Cassius could finally walk into the Wizengamot and claim his rightful seat, and no one would be able to stop him. The Dark Lord could come after him, could try to pressure him into accepting the mark, but Cassius no longer had to fear disinheritance. There were only his brother and Uncle Atticus left, neither of whom possessed the Warrington family magic. They couldn't touch him. Yes, He might have to run. He hadn't officially pledged to the Dark Lord, but he had attended enough meetings that leaving wouldn't be simple. Still, Harry had offered sanctuary. Even if he fled, he would still have access to his family's magic and vaults. He was free. "I've got you, love," Oliver murmured, guiding them over to the bed, still rumpled from their earlier activities. It felt like a lifetime ago now. "Let it out. There you go. I've got you. You're all right. They can't hurt you any more, my love. Not now." The Scotsman's soothing words were a balm to Cassius' soul, filling his heart with love. For the first time in his life, Cassius could look ahead and envision a future that didn't make him want to succumb to despair. A future where he and Oliver could be together, could go public, could be happy. "Marry me," he rasped, his red-rimmed eyes meeting Oliver's bewildered gaze. "Marry me," Oliver would. A heartbeat passed. Then a grin spread across Ollie's face, blinding in its intensity. Merlin, Cassius wanted to see him smile like that forever. "You're on, Warrington," the Gryffindor replied, knocking Cassius flat onto the mattress in a bear hug. "Yes, I'll fucking marry you. I've only been asking for months." Cassius laughed, his heart soaring. "But you never gave me a ring," he teased, and Oliver narrowed his gaze. "Neither have you." "Give me a second." Cassius unholstered his wand and summoned the little box he had hidden far under the bed. It zoomed into his hand, and with a flick he opened it to reveal a gold Celtic knot band nestled on a velvet cushion. Oliver's jaw dropped. "Oh, you crafty wee bastard," he breathed. Cassius laughed as he slipped the ring onto Oliver's finger with trembling hands. Oliver kissed him hard, smiling against Cassius's mouth. "I love you." Cassius felt a surge of joy that made his chest ache, his love for the man in front of him overwhelming him. He kissed Oliver again, his fingers tingling from how incredibly happy he was at that moment. Oliver was right. It was going to be an excellent day. Her shoulders slumped the moment she stepped through the flue, her fingers going to the buttons at the collar of her robe. The fire whooshed behind her as Kingsley stepped out, his dark eyes knowing. "Come here," he urged, opening his arms. Tonks sighed and tucked herself against his chest, burying her face in his grey aura robe. "Proudfoot is a prick. I hate him so much," she agreed in frustration, wrapping her arms around Kingsley's hips. "I can't believe Scrimgeour gave the aura office to him." The job should have been Kingsley's, and they all knew it. Proudfoot might not be marked, but he was a Death Eater in every other aspect, and it amazed her. Tonks was horrified that Scrimgeour had named Proudfoot the new head aura. How could he not see the kind of person he was promoting? She knew the answer. He couldn't, because Scrimgeour and Proudfoot had been friends for years. As long as Proudfoot kept his blood supremacist beliefs just on the right side of socially acceptable and continued to bring in results, Scrimgeour would overlook just about anything else. "I can't stand the way he talks to me. What a condescending twat," she exclaimed, scowling as she looked up into Kingsley's sympathetic gaze. "If he calls me Miss Tonks one more time, I swear I'm going to curse his—" She paused, the fight in her draining away, replaced by that all-too-familiar exhaustion from battling a fight she knew she couldn't win. "Half the reason I joined the Auras was to stop being called Miss." Aura was a gender-neutral title, and she had worked hard for it. She hated how dismissive Proudfoot was, but more than that, she despised how that word made her skin crawl, as if ants were crawling through her veins. "Do you need to change?" Kingsley asked gently. Tonks shook her head. More than once she'd come home from work and immediately transformed into her masculine form, as if her female body would burst into flames if she didn't shed it soon. But today wasn't one of those days. She felt fine as she was. It was the way others perceived her that made her angry, and she knew that would take a long time to change. Still, she unbuttoned her robe and let it drop to the floor. Then, reaching behind her back, she unhooked her bra, sighing with relief as she wriggled out of the constricting garment. Kingsley shed his own robe much more gracefully, picking up hers and sending both into the bedroom with a flick of his wand. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "Not yet," she replied, still too angry to think about food. Tonks felt an overwhelming urge, as if she could claw off her own skin. Kingsley seemed to notice the look in her eyes. With a flick of his wand, the record player came to life, filling their flat with the sounds of the Weird Sisters, her favorite song. "Dance it out," he said, smiling fondly. "I'm going to make sandwiches." He disappeared into the kitchen, and Tonks cranked up the volume, belting out the lyrics as she danced around the living room, waving her arms and shaking her hips. Her hair cycled through a dozen colors, a reflection of her emotions as she kicked off her tight aura regulation trousers and ripped open the front of her button-up shirt. She lost herself in the music, moving through the first song, then the second, and by the third she began to feel somewhat human again. When she spun around at the end of the third song, she caught sight of Kingsley leaning in the doorway, watching her with 2 plates in his hands. The love in his eyes hit her like a punch to the gut. "You're beautiful," he said, as she stood there in her pants and socks, her shirt open, her skin flushed, and her hair a wild mess from dancing. There was a total honesty in his voice, and Tonks knew he would say that no matter what shape she morphed into. "Feel better?" he asked, approaching her and offering one of the plates with a sandwich on it. She took it gratefully. "Much. Thanks." With a wave of her hand, she turned the record down to a more reasonable level. They collapsed together on the sofa, Kingsley propping his feet up on the coffee table, while Tonks tucked her legs underneath her. He was still in his full uniform, minus the robe. The only concession to comfort he'd made was undoing the top button of his shirt and rolling his sleeves to his elbows. Tonks trailed her fingers over the corded muscle of his forearm, tracing the line of the tattoo, half hidden against his dark skin. The sandwich was delicious, and once her belly was full, she could finally let go of that last bit of anger simmering inside her. "At least we'll only have to deal with Proudfoot for a year or so." Kingsley raised an amused eyebrow. "So, you're convinced he'll be too incompetent to keep the position?" "Actually, I'm convinced Harry won't let Scrimgeour stay minister that long," she corrected. "As soon as he takes out you-know-who, we'll get someone competent instead. Someone who understands that the head aura position has had your name on it for years." His lips twitched at that. "If I become head aura, our relationship will be even more against the rules than it is now," he pointed out. Tonks just smirked. "Rules schmools," she said, waving a hand dismissively. "That's not the correct attitude for an officer of the law, Aura Tonks," he said, his voice serious even as laughter danced in his eyes. Tonks knew that not many people would notice that twinkle. They always saw him as so severe, so stern. They couldn't recognize his wicked sense of humor. That made it all the more precious to her. "The Aura department knew what I was like when they hired me," she teased. "And if you really cared about those rules, you would never have agreed to go on a date with me." "You're surprisingly persuasive," he remarked, making her laugh. Persistent, more like. She had spent at least 8 months making a fool of herself trying to make him laugh, before she finally gathered the courage to ask him out. "Some rules are worth breaking," he declared, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Happiness fizzed in her belly as she leaned against him, setting aside her empty plate. Her shirt opened wider, and Tonks noticed the way Kingsley's eyes trailed over her pale stomach, up the line of her sternum. "If Proudfoot ends up with frog spawn in his desk drawers tomorrow, you'll give me an alibi, right?" she asked, fluttering her eyelashes hopefully. He chuckled, the low baritone rumble sending electricity down Tonks's spine. "You're good enough not to need an alibi," he told her. "But if he comes after—" "I'll back you up," Kingsley said, slinging an arm around her, his hand resting gently at the bottom of her ribs. "You're not the only one who hates him after all." That was true. The only Aurors who didn't dislike Proudfoot were the ones who were also Death Eaters. "Maybe the twins will give me something good to get him with," Tonks mused, mentally reviewing what she knew of the shop's stock. There had to be something Proudfoot wouldn't immediately pin on her, something with a time delay. Fred and George wouldn't disappoint. "You can go over and see them on Tuesday. Just don't spend the whole day," Kingsley warned, his eyes darkening slightly. Tonks felt her skin prickle. "It's rare we both have the same day off. We should make the most of it." A rush of excitement coursed through her, but with it came a twinge of guilt. I promised Harry I'd go over to the house on Tuesday, actually. He wants to test his skills against an aura, see how he does." The playful light in Kingsley's eyes dimmed, and her guilt intensified. "That'll be good for him," he remarked. "Though after watching the lad at the ministry, I'd say you better watch your step." Tonks snorted. That was an understatement. Watching Harry duel Lucius Malfoy had been an eye-opener. "I keep telling him I'm not the aura he needs to be testing himself against," she agreed, then bit her lip, anxiety curling tight in her stomach. I want to bring you to the house," she confessed, as if revealing a deep, dark secret. The way Mum talks about it, you have to understand, it's the family summer home." It sounded silly when she put it that way, but it was one of the 2 black properties that wasn't even on the Gringotts property register. As far as the world was concerned, it didn't exist. Only those who were part of the Black family, or close enough, were invited there. Sirius was already pushing it a little by having Remus there, but they were brothers in every sense except for blood. It was a stretch to move Charlie in, but she knew her best friend well. He had been waiting half his life for someone to settle down with, and from what Remus had shared, Sirius was just as eager, despite his wild teenage years. Now that they had found each other, she was confident that wedding bells were somewhere in their future. Inviting someone to the family's summer home meant something significant. It was a sign that they were welcome in the Black family, and an assurance that they would always be accepted, trusted to keep the family's secrets safe. "I know, Tonks," Kingsley reassured her. He didn't seem offended at all, which oddly made her feel worse, as if he didn't expect her to want him there. "No, it's not that," she replied, even though he hadn't really said anything to warrant her response. She groaned quietly, struggling to find the right words. The only way to truly express herself was to lay her heart on the line. She looked up at Kingsley's patient, handsome face, and suddenly her worries seemed trivial. He had never flinched at anything she had shared with him before. Why would this be any different? "Letting you come to the summer home, even I didn't know about it until last Christmas. Mum didn't tell me because, even after she was disowned from the Black family, it remained a secret. She didn't consider me part of the Black family enough to share that with me. It's the most secure place we have in the world, precisely because the only people who know how to find it would rather die than reveal its location or betray the family in that way. Inviting anyone who isn't blood It's practically a declaration of intent to marry in the eyes of my family. It's a big deal, and I don't want to put that kind of pressure on you just because my family is ancient, strange, and secretive." Tonks blurted everything out in a hurried rush, but she could see Kingsley absorbing every word. He considered her thoughts with that familiar patience and steady demeanor she adored. Her heart raced as she waited for his response. Finally, he took her hand and brought it to his lips. "That kind of commitment doesn't scare me, Tonks." She froze. Really?" His deep brown eyes met hers, unwavering. "Amelia has promised me her job heading the DMLE if she becomes minister after the war," he explained. Tonks blinked in confusion. What did that have to do with anything? "If I take that job, I won't be your superior anymore, not in any meaningful way." He flashed a small, bashful smile. "I had hoped that once our jobs were no longer at risk, well, let's just say that declaring my intent to marry is not a problem for me. Not with you." "Oh." Tonks's eyes widened as she turned to face him fully. She felt ridiculous sitting there in her shirt and pants while he was fully dressed, and he had just basically proposed. But I'm a mess," she stammered. "I'm clumsy, I talk too much, I have too many opinions about Muggle music, and I can't even stick to one bloody gender. And you're—" He was Lord Kingsley Shacklebolt, accomplished, proud, and capable in every situation. He never stuttered, never tripped over his own feet, and was never hasty or quick-tempered. He was incredible. The kind of man who deserved a wife just as composed and capable as he was, not someone like Tonks. Kingsley raised an eyebrow expectantly, kissing her hand again. "If the end of that sentence is anything other than completely in love with you, it's irrelevant," he said. "Your clumsiness is endearing, and I love listening to you talk, because I spend far too much time lost in my own head. And yes, you might have questionable taste in Muggle music. Taste, but my own is equally suspect. If I cared for even a second about gender, I'd be dating someone else." He frowned suddenly, concern flickering across his face. "Have I ever made you feel like your gender is a problem for me?" "What? No, Tonks paused, realizing the truth she had overlooked. She was so accustomed to her partners assuming she would eventually grow out of her feelings and settle down one way or another, that she had expected Kingsley to feel the same, deep down, just like everyone else. But he didn't. He never had. From the very first time she had confided in him that some days felt like drowning in her femininity, that she despised the way the world viewed her, Kingsley had been supportive. He had encouraged her to be whoever she felt comfortable being. He switched pronouns without hesitation when she asked. He touched her male body with the same care, reverence, and passion as he did her female body. And on those days when she was uncertain about what name to use, he understood what felt wrong, the way Miss, Nymphadora, and woman made her skin itch and her mind feel like someone was drilling a hole in her skull. And there he was, patiently waiting for her to grasp something that had been clear all along. He didn't even have the decency to look smug about it. "You really just get it, don't you?" she breathed in wonder. He shrugged. "As much as I can, I hope, when I'm not in your head myself." That was fair. Half the time Tonks wasn't even sure she fully understood it herself, not in a way that made sense to the rest of the world. "And if you ever decide you're comfortable presenting as anything other than female outside of your safe spaces, I'll be right with you." He smirked, his eyes lighting up. "Especially if I'm in a position to fire pricks like Proudfoot for the way they treat you." Tonks had never imagined she could be that brave, making waves like this. but with Kingsley by her side, she felt empowered. "So, do you want to come to the summer house with me on Tuesday?" she asked, her voice hopeful. Kingsley responded with a wide, genuine smile, one that was brighter than anyone but Tonks had ever seen. "I would love to," he confirmed. The weight of their words felt more significant now that they both understood what it truly meant. "I would also," he continued, lowering his voice, his brown eyes smoldering as they met hers, "very much love to take you into our bedroom right now and have you—" He paused, a teasing glint in his eye. "Fuck me." He spoke so plainly, as always, and Tonks felt a rush of arousal at his low, sexy rumble. "Your shirt has been open for the last 10 minutes, he said, "and I've been very good about not touching you, but I only have so much restraint left in me." Tonks glanced down and realized her unbuttoned shirt was wide open, her breasts exposed, and her nipples hard with desire. Kingsley's hand moved up to cup one of them, and she let out a soft groan at the sensation. "Bedroom," she agreed. He stood, lifting her effortlessly, and there was a question in his eyes. Some days, being carried like this made her feel dainty, and she hated it. But right now, all she cared about was getting Kingsley on the bed and underneath her. He could lift her all he wanted with those strong aura arms of his, but soon she would be the one pinning him down and making him scream, unraveling him from the inside out, and he would love every second of it. With that thought in mind, she wrapped her legs around his waist, making an impatient noise. All the while, she wondered if Harry would hurry up and defeat the Dark Lord, so she could have her happily ever after with this incredible man. A small part of her marveled at how he could be so perfect for her, so endlessly amazing. Then he kicked the bedroom door open, and Tonks felt a rush of anticipation. There were much more important things on her mind than the war. 2 blonde girls walked through the woods. One had her hands tucked into her skirt pockets, a playful smile lighting up her face as she watched the other drift between the trees, as if her feet barely touched the ground. "Finding anything good, honey?" Daphne asked, observing Luna as she peered up into the branches of a tall oak tree. Luna hummed thoughtfully, then huffed, a tiny pout of frustration crossing her features. Daphne fought the urge to kiss it away. "There are too many rackspurts," Luna declared, shaking her head and making her silver earrings jingle. "Even if I could find anything here, I wouldn't see it through this cloud." Daphne had spent enough time with Luna to understand most of what she said, especially when it came to her various creatures. Rackspurts were the pesky little nuisances that clouded Luna's sight, filling her mind with useless buzzing when the path ahead was unclear. Given the current state of the wizarding world, it was no surprise that things felt uncertain, but Daphne hated seeing that frustrated look on Luna's face. "How can I make them go away?" Luna responded with a bright smile that made Daphne's heart flutter. She danced closer and kissed her on the cheek. "Things will clear up soon," she assured. "It's just difficult right now. But maybe the blibbering humdingers will help. Come on." That was a new one for Daphne, but she didn't protest as Luna took her hand and pulled her along, leading her into a small clearing. Daphne had been staying with Luna and her father for 4 days now, most of which had been spent exploring the woods behind their house. Luna always said her head felt clearer when she could connect with nature's magic. The clearing they entered was beautiful, a circle of soft grass about 15 feet across, but even Daphne could sense the buzz of natural magic as soon as she stepped inside. Perhaps it had once been a fairy circle, or maybe it was a crossing of ley lines. Daphne wouldn't put it past Luna to discover such wonders. Luna let go of Daphne's hand and strode forward with a joyful bounce. Without a moment's hesitation, she lifted her dress over her head and tossed it aside, dropping down onto the grass in nothing but a pair of pale yellow knickers adorned with tiny, smiling suns. Daphne's gaze eagerly took in the sight. It wasn't too unusual these days. Luna often embraced nature in the woods, wanting a deeper connection to the world around them. Daphne wouldn't dare argue. Luna understood natural magic far better than she did. Besides, she would never complain about her girlfriend getting naked in front of her. "May I sit with you?" Daphne asked, pausing at the edge of the grassy circle. Luna blinked up at her and nodded. "Please do. The humdingers won't harm you. They're just helping me figure out what the raxperts are trying to hide." Daphne approached and settled down cross-legged beside Luna. "May I touch you?" Luna reached out, taking Daphne's hand and lacing their fingers together. Daphne interpreted that as silent permission, letting her other hand trace protective runes on Luna's skin, symbols of clarity and insight. Luna purred, arching her back like a cat basking in sunlight. "Oh, that feels nice." Daphne smiled, gently brushing Luna's near silver hair off her shoulders, the strands fanning out over the lush green grass. "This is a lovely little clearing," she said softly, her fingers gliding over Luna's brow and nose. "It's my favorite place in the whole forest," Luna replied, her chest rising and falling steadily with her breath as her eyes fluttered shut. "But I can't come here too often, or the magic will change." "Then I'm honored you're sharing it with me," Daphne murmured. Luna cracked one eye open, her expression warm and affectionate. Daphne gazed at Luna, her heart dancing at the sight. "Of course, silly. My favorite person belongs in my favorite place." Unable to resist, she leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Luna's lips, a simple peck, a way to express the feelings she couldn't quite put into words. She didn't want to distract Luna from her thoughts, especially if she was trying to see something important. The magic enveloped them, pulsating softly with the rhythm of Luna's breath, and for a moment Daphne was so captivated that she nearly forgot to breathe. Luna was truly unlike anyone she had ever met. Daphne still wondered what had compelled her to say yes when the quirky blonde had invited her to Hogsmeade for Valentine's Day. But she had never regretted that decision. Luna was unique, with a perspective that challenged Daphne's usual cynicism, and she appreciated that about her. Luna never pressured her to change. She simply shared her thoughts and let Daphne navigate her own journey. Being with Luna made Daphne a better person, and when Luna kissed her, it felt as if she was sharing the very secrets of the universe. Many assumed that Luna's childlike optimism made her naive in other ways, but Daphne knew that wasn't true. Luna experienced her emotions deeply, especially passion. That passion stirred within Daphne now, igniting as she watched her girlfriend lying on the grass like a tempting fae. Daphne's hand, still tracing over Luna's skin, glided down to stroke her stomach. Luna's grip on her hand tightened slightly, and a smirk crept onto Daphne's face as she noticed Luna's rosebud pink nipples respond to her touch. Luna's hips shifted ever so slightly, and she opened her eyes. "I don't think the raxperts are going to let me see what they're hiding," she sighed, a brief, worried frown flickering across her face. "There are too many possibilities right now." Daphne brushed her lips together, a hint of concern in her voice. "I hope it's not about Harry." If it involved uncertainty about the future, it was likely tied to Harry Potter in some way. After all, everything seemed to revolve around him. "They'll let you know if there's something you should warn him about," Daphne assured her confidently. "Best not to dwell on it too much." "I won't," Luna replied with a smile, releasing Daphne's hand and stretching her arms above her head. She arched her back, pushing against Daphne's other hand that rested on her stomach. Daphne swallowed hard, captivated by the moment. "The magic here is so warm. Do you feel it? It tickles my skin," Luna said, looking up at Daphne with a flirtatious tilt of her chin. Daphne chuckled softly, her hand sliding up to cup Luna's breast, her fingers brushing over the nipple. "Are you giving up on seeing for now?" she asked, feigning innocence, already knowing the answer. "Because you know what will happen if we're both naked." Luna smiled impishly. "There's only one thing I'm interested in seeing right now," she purred, squirming in the soft grass, a flush spreading down her chest to her stomach. Merlin, she was beautiful. Daphne could admire her like this for hours, but touching was far better. With a playful determination, she pulled her blouse over her head, feeling Luna's gaze on her. The magic danced across her skin, as palpable as if her girlfriend were touching her. The sensation made her gasp, and Luna giggled. "I told you," Luna sang, her voice light and teasing as Daphne unclasped her bra, goosebumps prickling her arms. Daphne smirked, leaving her skirt on, then turned her attention back to her entirely too smug girlfriend. She peeled down the sunshine print knickers, exposing the soft, pale blonde hair beneath. "Oh, that's not fair," Daphne teased as she settled in between Luna's knees. Daphne rucked up her skirt, teasing fingers sliding into Luna's warm embrace. "Slytherins don't play fair, honey," she drawled, curling her fingers just right, causing Luna to gasp. In that moment, the magic around them flared, and both girls shivered at the sensation. Luna's favorite spot in the forest may not have enhanced her sight, but it certainly wasn't a wasted trip. Finally, they had chased out their last customers. Blaise flipped the sign on the door, announcing that Weasley's Wizard Wheezes was closed for the night. As he did, he rested his hands on his hips, feeling George's lips brush against his neck. "Come on, we're all locked up down here. Angie's gone to get dinner from that little place down the street," he said. Blaise leaned back against George, humming softly. "Sounds good," he replied, letting the redhead guide him toward the back room, where the hidden stairs led up to their flat. He took one last glance around the quiet shop, smiling to himself. It always looked a bit strange when it was empty like this, with the displays turned off. The whole shop was asleep, ready to spring back to life in the morning. As they passed Fred at the till, sorting ledgers and counting up, the twins exchanged an entire conversation with just their looks and raised eyebrows. George continued upstairs, Blaise close behind. The flat wasn't as chaotic as one might expect from Fred and George Weasley. With the shop downstairs and the workshop in the attic, they had plenty of outlets for their mischief. The flat was a prank-free zone, as much as it could be with those two red-headed troublemakers. Blaise went over to pour water for both of them, while George flopped onto the sofa. Thanks, babe," the redhead murmured, accepting the drink and shuffling over so Blaise could settle in beside him. George wrapped an arm around him, pulling him close. "Do you have to leave tomorrow?" Blaise had been living with the twins for 3 whole weeks now, and it had been... Blaise knew he needed to spend at least a little time with his mother. "Sadly, I do," he sighed, pressing a kiss to George's freckled cheek. "But I'll come back for Harry's birthday, and I'm taking you back to Italy with me when I do." They had it all planned out. Fred and Angelina would manage the shop for 4 days, while George came to Blaise's house in Italy. They would meet his mother and enjoy some time together there. Blaise was eagerly looking forward to it, even if George's fair skin would need 100 sunblock charms a day at the beach. At Blaze's house, they'd have enough privacy to relax without worrying about forgetting their silencing charms or being interrupted at inopportune moments, not like when they were all four squeezed into the two-bedroom flat above the shop. Just then, the door swung open, and Fred and Angelina walked in, Angelina clutching a brown paper bag that smelled wonderfully of curry. "Fortescue's is closed up," she reported, her brow slightly furrowed. "The windows have been boarded, and it looks like he's gone for the foreseeable future." Blaze and George exchanged uneasy glances. It wasn't the first shop in Diagon Alley to shut down since the attack on the Ministry. "That'll be a blow," George murmured. "Plenty of people thought old Fortescue could weather anything." "The more shops that close, the more customers we'll have to entertain ourselves," Fred said with a forced bravado. But Blaze could see the worry in his eyes. Over the past 3 weeks, he had grown better at reading Fred. Back at school, it had been so hard to carve out time with George that he rarely spent time with both of them together. Usually they were busy being the infamous Weasley twins, making it difficult for Blaze to get to know Fred properly. But now, living together, he had witnessed how they interacted without an audience and had plenty of conversations with Fred while George was occupied. Angelina, too. He realized he had hardly spoken to her. Blaze had only said 2 sentences to her before this summer, and he hoped he had made a good impression by now. George wouldn't keep him around for long if he hadn't. Angelina handed him a bowl of fragrant lamb curry and rice, and he grinned in thanks, sitting up a little so both he and George could balance their bowls on their laps without making a mess. Fred and Angelina claimed the other sofa, a familiar arrangement for the 4 of them in the evenings after a long day running the shop. As they ate, the twins chatted about their products, what they needed to produce more of, and what new items they were considering introducing. Blaze mostly listened, quietly in awe of the ideas that flowed from their minds. At one point he glanced over at Angelina and raised an eyebrow pointedly. She responded with a knowing look and shook her head fondly. "Oh, Merlin, they've got their own secret language now too," Fred exclaimed, pointing at the 2 of them with a grin. Angelina stuck her tongue out at him. "It comes from putting up with you 2, she teased. "But you both do it so well," George said, winking at her and bumping his knee against Blaze's. "A little too well, honestly. I'm not sure how I'm going to cope without you," he added, pouting for extra effect. "I'm sure you'll manage, Tesoro," Blaze drawled, amused. "You'll have to learn. I have 2 more years of school left." "Ugh, don't remind me," George groaned. "Are you sure I can't convince you to leave? It worked out pretty well for us." "It's not me you have to convince, but my mother," Blaze replied, noticing a flicker of fear in George's brown eyes. "Besides, not all of us can be genius inventors." George preened at the compliment. "You can be a genius at something else, though," he suggested, "or just let me shower you with my joke shop riches so you'll never have to work a day in your life." Blaze laughed, shaking his head. "Caro, you really are too much." "I have my own riches. I'll never have to work a day in my life," Blaze said confidently. "Exactly. All the more reason to ditch school," George grinned, and Blaze leaned in to kiss him. "I'd be far too bored, and we both know it," Blaze replied. "I'd keep you plenty occupied," George drawled with a teasing smile. "Oi, boundaries," Fred protested, shooting them a glare. "Remember the rules." With both couples living in the same space, the twins had established guidelines about when and where innuendos were acceptable. Of course, these rules were often ignored, but that didn't stop the playful sniping between them. "It's tempting, but I'm afraid I'll have to pass," Blaze mock sighed. "You'll just have to wait until I graduate." "That sounds terrible," George said, feigning disappointment. "Merlin only knows how Ollie and Cass handled it." "I'm sure you and Oliver can commiserate all you like," Angelina said, trying to soothe the situation. "But be prepared for him to get a bit grumpy about how at least your relationship is public." Blaise winced. From what he understood, it was a sore subject for the former Gryffindor keeper. He couldn't blame Cassius, though. It was a complicated situation. Knowing Cassius' family, he understood why they kept things under wraps. "I'll see you every Hogsmeade weekend," Blaise reminded George, running a hand through his fiery hair. "And we'll figure out the holidays." They hadn't quite worked out plans for Yule yet, especially since George's mother was currently refusing to acknowledge any of her children's relationships due to her grudge against Sirius Black. But that was still a while away, and perhaps things would change by then. "Maybe, but you spoiled me after having you here for 3 whole weeks," George admitted, and Blaise nodded, feeling the same way. He wasn't looking forward to going back to Italy without George, or returning to Hogwarts. But they both knew it was necessary. Their relationship would survive the separation. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from upstairs, and the twins exchanged slightly alarmed glances. "We're going to check on that," Fred declared, leaping up from the sofa and racing toward the stairs. George quickly kissed Blaise before following his twin, and they both vanished into the workshop. After a moment of silence, Angelina giggled. "Those two," she sighed, a mix of fondness and exasperation in her voice. Then her expression turned serious. "I'm worried about them, Blaise. Keeping the shop open and some of the things they're making. They're the biggest target in this bloody alley." "I know," he murmured, running a hand through his hair. "But would we love them any less if they were different?" That bold, irresistibly attractive Gryffindor trait of doing whatever they pleased without a care for the consequences was something he admired. They believed they could conquer anything with enough nerve and determination. Not even the Dark Lord could stand in their way. "Bill's done the wards. They're as safe as can be," he reminded her. Having a Gringotts curse-breaker for a brother certainly had its perks. "I know, but I still worry." She twirled one of her braids around her fingers, her brow furrowing. "I'd worry more about what they're getting up to in that workshop than what's happening in the rest of the alley," Blaise said dryly, as another faint explosion echoed from the workshop. Angelina snorted. "You're not wrong there," she agreed. "That sort of mess I can handle. I've been dealing with that since we were first years." A twinge of jealousy flickered within Blaise. She had known the twins for so long, shared countless experiences with them during their Hogwarts years, while he had only recently discovered how wonderful George Weasley was in the last few months of his time at school. But mostly he felt a sense of relief, knowing the twins wouldn't be entirely left to their own devices while he was away. They had a tendency to get so caught up in their inventions that they forgot about things like sleep and food. "You'll just have to look after both of our troublemakers while I'm gone," he mused. "And on that note, I'm breaking out the wine," she said with a laugh, summoning a bottle of red and 2 glasses. "But I suppose it's nothing I haven't done before. Even if George will be unbearable when he starts pining for you," she teased. "The 2 of us have to stick together after all." She poured the wine, and Blaise clinked his glass against hers. "Cheers to that." Over the past few weeks, he and Angelina had developed a sort of kinship, bonding over their shared love for those red-headed menaces. "At least I should be able to write this year, and like I said, there will be Hogsmeade weekends." He was confident the twins had their ways of sneaking in and out of the school from Hogsmeade. They would figure it out. "You'll be gone 20 minutes and he'll start pining," Angelina said with a smirk. "When you went to see Daphne the other week, he acted like he was going to waste away without you." Blaise shook his head in despair, though a smile threatened to take over. He had only gone to have lunch with Daphne and Luna for 2 hours at the most. "Then I'm sorry in advance, and I'll make it up to you." Angelina's face lit up deviously. "Tell you what," she declared. "When things are quieter, we'll get Lee and Alicia to watch the shop for a week, and you can take us all to Italy." She grinned at him. "Or we can leave the twins to the shop and go anyway." Blaise laughed. "It's a deal." "What are you two plotting down here?" George called out as he returned from the workshop with Fred right behind him, both surprisingly unscathed. "We're running away to Italy together without you, Tesoro," Blaise replied, mock apologetically. George gave a theatrical gasp, falling over the back of the sofa and landing in Blaise's lap. "You heartbreakers," he declared mutinously, leaning in to kiss Blaise. He hummed, then pulled back and stole the glass of wine from Blaise's hand. "Good wine, that," Blaise said, rolling his eyes. He reclaimed his glass, but allowed George to stay sprawled across his legs and chest. With his free hand, he gently stroked George's hair as they settled in for the evening. Going back to school without George would be tough, but it wouldn't last forever. Surprisingly, for someone usually so cautious, Blaise felt no doubt in his mind that they would still be together by then, as long as they were both alive. If they could endure Umbridge together and survive a war side by side, he was confident they could face anything else life might throw their way.